Hi everyone. I hope the audio works because I'm testing something out. I put the link if anyone wants to join. Hi Random. Good to see you again. Okay, I'll put some music on. 1 second. Hi Las Vegas. Good to see you again. So welcome in everyone. I do have some things that I want to talk about. I'm not sure what you guys are going to think or if you guys are just going to call me lame. But I'll just tell y'all anyway. If the music's too loud, just let me know and I'll fix it. Also, I don't know if you guys can hear me clearly. Hi, Jonathan. Just waiting for more people to come on so I can start. Okay, let me fix the music. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, so DJ's live was very long. It was like 10 hours long. I was thinking he was gonna go like 12 hours. But it was crazy what happened between DJ and Brandon. The thing is that I already saw that coming. Like, it usually happens. So a lot of things have been going on, like, for this week. I mean, there's some things that I can't talk about, but it's just weird and, makes me uncomfortable. And things happening, like, around where I live. And just, like, my own things happening at home, and it's just a lot of stuff happening. And as far as, because Las Vegas asked, Christina, do you do gig work? I do Uber Eats, so it's been really slow lately. Like, sometimes I'll get lucky, but it's nowhere near where it used to be. So I'm not sure if I have to just go find like another job to supplement income. Thank you, Richard. It's good to see you here. Okay, so I guess I'll turn my headphones off. I don't think they're working. And also the whole thing with like Coach Eli, it's weird because he just doesn't stop. Like, I don't know how he has the time or energy to just focus on one person or multiple people, actually, because he has a lot of haters that he talks about. So I don't know. He says I don't know what he called himself, like something to do with internet, like internet god or something like that. I forgot exactly what he said, but somewhere along those lines, he said like he was kind of like the king of internet. Like that's all he does. I mean, I could imagine him doing that. Jonathan said the most important thing is that you're getting pipe and taking time off from the apps. Getting pipe? I'm assuming you mean like sexual? And taking time off from the apps. Well, I still do Uber Eats, so is that what you mean? Like work apps, or you mean like YouTube? Eli hasn't laid pipe in years. Well, I don't know, I don't know if he has low testosterone or something. I'm not sure if I saw that in a video, him saying that or not. But you're familiar with him, Jonathan? Coach Eli? So I know that I'm sharing on Dennis's channel, but I'm on live on my channel too. It's called Real Talk Christina. So I'm just letting you guys know that I try to do lives every day for at 3 a.m. And even if I don't feel like it, I just push myself to do it anyway. Hi, Teddy.
Hey, what's up, Christina?
Hold on one second. Let me see if I can connect my headphones.
No worries. Yeah, that's good. You got the music going. That really helps. People are tuning in, which is good. Yeah, it's crazy. I just hopped on, so I don't know what you were saying beforehand. Got some people in the building, in the house, his house. They want to tune into the
Can you
Eli
hear me, Teddy?
saga. Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Okay, good. I connected you to my headphones.
Oh,
I
okay,
just
cool.
started my live.
Okay, cool. I didn't miss anything. I was trying to
No,
get a drink and some popcorn ready.
I know, right? Gotta get the snacks.
Yeah. So yeah, what's when did we speak? Like the other night? Like the other night?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
the night before this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a long ass conversation. I was like, damn. I didn't realize, that they go by fast.
It does. You lose track of time.
You really do. And then I think I see you said I mentioned, hopefully you do it again soon. And then you said he was talking about me. And I looked and I had a mention, and I guess he tagged me in the post. I'm like, damn, okay, I guess he was listening. That was him. What did we say that it was him? It was a troll, but it really was
Yeah,
him.
it was him. He tries to pretend that it's a sock account, that's not him, but it
Exactly.
really is.
It really was him, but he's pretending not to be him.
Yeah,
Like
he
that's
likes to do that.
what a loser. I've never seen that much of a loser that will pretend to be himself.
Yeah, you know why? He wants to pretend like he's innocent, like he's not doing anything. He has more things to do than to
He's trying to
be
say
on
that
other
it's his
accounts.
haters that are impersonating him,
Right,
and he goes
right.
around doing that when it's really him, and he's trying to say, "Oh, they're impersonating me," and "Oh, see, they're harassing me." Uh, but did you
Yeah,
see the post that he tagged us in?
yeah. He. I'm telling you, he does this like it's just been every day.
He has to be. I think he's listening right now. So
I'm
hopefully
sure.
he's listening, tuned in, because he mentioned something very specific that I said. He said he titled the post about me because I didn't. I listened. I was like listening. I didn't hear anything, and then I fast forward. I kept fast forwarding into where he mentioned me by name. He said basically his title was that beta males, the most beta thing you can go is on the YouTube, and then not put your name and not put your face and something like that. Did you see what he said about me?
Yeah, he said all of that, and I'm surprised he didn't say you were white knighting. He calls it white
Well,
knighting,
he
white
did. Yeah,
knighting,
he
or
said
that
that
means
about me.
simping. Yeah.
Yeah, he said that about me, and he said he actually invited me to a show. He said if you're a real man, you'll email me and we'll set something up. And I just had a good time with it. I was laughing, and then he mentioned something about y'all was talking about behind Roy's back, but he mentioned something very specific. He said you called me a Keebler elf. I was like, oh shit, that fool really was listening. He must have listened to the entire 4 hours just waiting to
Yeah,
hear
he
when we talked about
does.
him. Like,
He
holy shit,
literally
dude.
does. I'm telling you. You
I'm
got to
just
be
in.
careful because
Go ahead.
they all listen to the lives like for the whole time. Like they don't skip.
But he's really taking notes because that's very specific, and I only said it one time. I called him the Keebler elf, and he knew exact. He didn't say elf. He didn't say Keebler. He said Keebler elf. That was very specific.
Yeah,
Man, I was just dying laughing, and I responded to him. I responded to him, and I and
I
I
didn't
said,
see
"Hey,
that.
you didn't see my response?" So I responded to him, and I said, "Hey, man, like, what did I say?" I said, yeah, man, you do resemble an elf. I said, if the shoe fits, pal." That must have pissed him off. And then I said, no, I was just talking to Christina. I was literally defending Christina, who you were talking about. Like, that's all. I was just talking to her about you talking to her. And then I said, the Roy thing. I said, well, Roy could hear it. It wasn't. He acted like I was talking behind people's back. Like, how am I talking behind people's back if I'm literally saying it on a live? That don't make no sense, right? Like, that's how
Yeah,
small he is to say you're talking behind my back. Like, what do you mean? It's there for everybody to hear. If Roy had a problem, he could tag me too. Like, I'm literally here saying it. You know, that's what's comedy about these guys. They're literally
yeah.
comedy.
Like real talk with Roy. I'm not sure if he even knows because I think he just looks for the mentions.
Uh
Sometimes he
huh.
doesn't have time because he actually works. So like, Eli doesn't work. He don't have a job, so he has
Well,
all the
he
time in the
said,
world. But
here's the thing. Okay, I said to go live because there was a couple things, but the first thing, because he addressed me, right, and he said it was very beta that a person with no name and not their real name, not their face, would would go on the internet and talk. Like, dude, it's the internet. It's literally for anybody to go on and voice their opinion. Like, is he that brain dead? Of course, I'm Teddy, right? Because even your dude said something like he knew who I was. That don't know motherfucker know who I am. Because A, this is an email I could throw away. Two, this is not my real name, obviously. Three, the I got burners. Okay, that's the reason. Like I'm just having a conversation with people, right? I'm not trying to be YouTube famous. That's the difference. So, I'm not trying to
You're
make a name for myself. Go ahead.
you're Eli's worst enemy, because what he does is he goes and checks out your channel, checks how many subscribers you have, checks the date that you started your YouTube channel, tries to see if you have any contact information like your email. Then he
Exactly.
then he literally gets your email and searches for any, like, Google's your accounts or anything else you have, and
Uh
tries
huh.
to find dirt on you.
Oh
That's what he
yeah,
does.
yeah. That's why I was just laughing. I'm like, dude. And even if I did email him, it would be a burner. It's a I mean, trust me. I don't nobody know nothing about who I am. Trust me. Everything is. I'm not saying that I'm being fake to you, Christina. What I'm saying is that I'm just aware of it's YouTube, right? It's the internet. So, you know, it's really me. It's my opinion. You hear me talk, but as far as my identity or somebody saying they know who I am, it's all anything. If you ever seen anything, those are all burners. You know, it's probably a Walmart phone that I'm on. You know what I'm saying? If I pay, I'm using a burner card. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what's funny about these guys. These guys think that they're fucking sleuths or internet detectives. Like y'all gotta step up your game on here. So
Yeah.
but the funny thing, he tried to say I was beta because I'm not my real name, real face. It's like, why would I do that? Like, I'm smart enough to know I wouldn't say reckless things and put all my information out there. Like, don't you think that's even stupider?
Oh yeah.
Exactly. That's why it was funny to me. It's
Wait,
like, go
Teddy,
ahead.
is stupider a word? I don't think that's a word.
Stupider. It's el
That's
stupido.
not a word. Stupido.
Hey,
That's a word.
stupidest. El stupido.
Can we say something in Spanish? Maybe he won't understand what we said
I,
because
I
he's
thought he
Greek.
was. I thought he was because
No,
he's
he's
from
Greek.
California. I don't.
No.
I think no. But here's. Listen, I know a lot of Spanish people that do that. He might be Elijah Mejia. That's a Spanish surname. A lot of Spanish people choose to like. I have friends that call their name is what's like William. Their real name is Guillermo, but they go by William. Just because I don't know for whatever reason. But a lot of Latinos do that. So, but I don't know if people really know who he is. Maybe that really is his name, and he's Greek.
They
Is that
said
what you're
he's
saying?
Greek. They said he's Greek, but then he said that he's considered white. But I don't. Is Greek considered white?
Is that his real name though?
That's his real name, supposedly.
His birth on his birth certificate? It might. It's
Yes,
like it's not
supposedly.
Elijah Milivokovich or something like because he goes by Nili, right? Nili.
Eli, Elias. That's too weird. There's no way. That's
Exactly.
not
It
way.
sounds like it was cut
Can't be.
off. He tried to reword it somehow. That's
Yeah.
not his
You
full
have
name.
two Eli's, like, kind of? No.
It's not like his government name. It's probably an abbreviation or a derivation of his actual full birth given name.
Yeah.
But yeah, he really took the time out to address a freaking sock account. Like that's what made me laugh. It's like, brother, why are you tripping on what some no name random person said? You're supposed to be this YouTuber, this content creator, and you're policing the internet. That's what also made me laugh. He was talking because I couldn't watch the whole stream. He was like talking about he was going after people. He's gonna sue people for character assassination. Like how? It's the internet. You can't sue anybody for how are you gonna sue me? You don't know who I am. You'll never know who I am. I'm on burners all day, every day. I'm using 3 different phones at any given time. Man, we're smarter than these guys. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's comedy. But these guys say, "Oh, I know who you don't." Trust me. That could be anywhere at any time. That's what's funny. But he's putting his
Yeah.
information out. Go ahead.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah. So like he's supposed to be this YouTuber, and he's coming after me, and then he's still coming after you. Why was he going after you again? Oh, because of the
I
stream,
think
right?
yeah, and I think he still wants to do. he still wants to do a video with me, and he pulled DJ in, and DJ agreed to it.
Yeah, that's what I. Okay, so yeah, that's why I said. I just wanted to voice my opinion on that, if you don't mind.
Of course, go ahead. There's the open
Okay.
chat. Anyone can say anything.
Look, I mean, obviously, me and Dennis have our. Well, I don't even know if it's a disagreement anymore. I mean, I don't. It was just so long, and we had maybe one or two conversations of actual conversations.
He
And I don't know
said
if. Go ahead.
he said he doesn't hold grudges, and he doesn't care that you're on here. He's perfectly okay
Okay.
with it.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, that's cool. Um, the only thing I was thinking, I was like, okay, so I guess Dennis said he's gonna have him on. He's gonna do an interview with him.
Yeah, but the problem is that he has rules to like. So the only thing is, Dennis would have to be contacted by Eli. He wouldn't like. So Dennis wouldn't contact Eli. Eli would have to contact Dennis because that's just how he is. Like it's hard to get a hold of him. So
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like he's not used to that. He's used to email me, we can work together. Which I don't even know if he has any collabs with anyone other than um, Hot Facts with Robert Reese and that cuck. He used to do videos with I forgot his name. JB Gunner. He used to do
No
videos with
idea.
him. Like he
Oh,
did a collab with him.
who,
It's called
Dennis or Eli?
Eli and JB Gunner used to do collabs together, like videos.
Oh,
It's
okay.
called like the cuck, the king and cuck. I don't know. I forgot what it's called.
Yeah.
He used to call him a cuck and get mad at him.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess if you said I don't know. I kind of thought maybe because at first I thought Dennis didn't want to do a live with him. He said, "Fuck no, I'm not doing that shit. Fuck that guy." I thought that was his initial response. What?
No, he doesn't really know who he is, so he's giving him the benefit of the doubt. But I've already warned him, like you don't want to even have anything to do with him. But he's saying,
Right.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm like shocked that he didn't get all aggressive with him. But
Well,
hey,
see,
I mean, I
yeah.
support whatever he does.
Maybe, and I'm just saying this because I was thinking, I was like, why did your friend Dennis have such a change of heart? And I'm like, okay, so here's my thing, and I'm not saying I'm trying to warn you or I'm trying to, okay, how can I phrase this? It just seems strange that Dennis is doing that, and here's why. Because I don't think he should, and he can do what he wants. Obviously, you're his friend. But here's my problem with it. I'm gonna tell you, as someone that comes on your channel, why I have a problem with him doing that is because what is Eli gonna say? Like, here's my thing: the damage has already been done. It's just like with me and Dennis. Like the damage is already done. He didn't like me, I didn't like him. And I tried to watch. I guess he's having a whole big fiasco. I tried. It's a mess over there. Cause like I was gonna come back and be like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" But I'm like, "Nah, I'm good. It's just a mess. It's a mess. You're being dragged through the mud. It is what it is, right?" But what can Eli say? Because he's already dragged you through the mud. He's already badmouthed you. Like, what can be done? What is Dennis trying to facilitate?
So here's what's gonna happen. So it's basically gonna be an interview, but it's gonna be an interview between the three of us, but mainly like me and Eli. And Dennis is kind of gonna be like the mediator. I feel. I'm just assuming this. Like this is how it's gonna go, right? So
Right.
what's gonna happen is he's gonna manipulate because he's a master manipulator, Eli. So he's gonna say these weird questions like, "Well, you must not be happy because you're always out of the house. So is that true?" And then I'm gonna be like, "Well, no, it's not." And he's like, "Well, I believe that it is, and it's okay if you feel that way. I understand." He just tries to pull information to make me look bad so that we can say, "You see, I told you guys, I was right." That's all it is. He just wants to prove a point, and it's not going to work because everything I've said so far is like 100% facts. I
Yeah,
can prove it.
I get that, but in the long run, right? Like this actually is a win for Eli, and that's what I'm saying. By Dennis letting Eli come on his channel, then Eli wins. Like, you have to follow what I'm saying. It's like he's getting what he wants by bombing you and trashing you, and Dennis saying, "Yeah, man," being friendly about it and saying, "Yeah, man, come on my channel and say what you need to say." That's like, that's kind of like a diss to you, because, and here's why. Just hear, you got to hear what I'm saying, because Eli would have to offer an apology first. He'd have to say, like, if Eli was, if I was as big as DJ, or I was DJ, I'd say, "Hey, man, like, you really threw Hunter the bus. I'm giving you a platform to do it again. Nah, you need to issue an apology and take back everything you said, and then we can have a legit conversation. Otherwise, I don't understand what the point of this interview is." Are you following what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I'm hoping from our side that it makes sense. It makes people realize who he really is, because he's gonna put on this whole act like he's just this great guy and he has this intuition, but in reality, he's gonna ask me these questions and I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't lied so far. He's made a bunch of assumptions and he still hasn't got anything really right. I think he got one thing right, and that was it.
I think you're looking at it wrong. What I'm saying is, because I watched the Eli when he was talking about me, and then he started talking about Dennis Jerome, I guess he calls him that, like some weird kind of like very proper. He goes, "Dennis Jerome, you know, I was wrong about you, and I'm really excited to go on your channel and speak to you and on your platform." And it's like he was excited because he's a weasel. So basically, he weaseled his way, exactly what people have been saying that he tries to do. He thinks that this is going to be a way for him to weasel his way into Dennis's channel. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
And so it's like Dennis is basically giving him the pass to have thrown you under the bus without him coming and preface it saying, "Hey, man, you need to take down that video." Because I seen Dennis do that. He said if people trash him, they need to like take that down before he'll speak to them again. So that should be like a starter. Like, "Hey, man, you want to come on here and you're gonna get a platform, then you need to take that video down. And then if you still feel that way, I guess put that video up. But I can't reward you for bashing Christina, because that's what he's doing. He's rewarding Eli for bashing you."
Here's the problem though, because Dennis doesn't look at it emotionally. He only looks at it logically. So he's not going to really care about not really so much my feelings or his feelings. He's just going to be like, "Okay, what's the problem? Like, what is the issue here?" And if he asks me, I'll just explain, like, he's lying about everything. Like, he's just making me look bad. That's all he's doing. He's taking my information and flipping it. So in a way, I don't want to give him the time of day, but in a way, I want everyone to see this is how it looks. This is what you have to be careful with, like people like this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then he should just hop on one of your lives. He should just hop on one of your lives without Dennis, because what I'm thinking is it's gonna make you just look bad, because you're gonna look like some protected child that Dennis has to navigate this big bad wolf. I hope you understand what I'm saying, because that's what I see. I see this could end very badly for you.
I get what you're saying, Teddy, and you always, like, every time I talk to you, you always speak the truth. You always get through to me. Like, there's times where I'm kind of, as you can see, I'm naive with things. Like, I'm not really thinking properly. And then you're like, "Don't you understand?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay. I didn't see it that way, you know?" So you always shed light on something that I don't recognize myself. And I'm glad that you do that. But now I'm just like, I don't know what to do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He needs to take that video down. At least show, "Hey, if I'm going to give you a platform, then take that video about my friend and let's start fresh and let's talk about it. But I'm not going to reward you for bashing her and then you get what you want." So I just basically rewarded you for doing what we knew you were gonna do. And you look like some cowering woman in the corner, like, oh, big DJ's protecting me. And that's what people accuse you of, because I've seen how they attack you. I'm just like, damn. So it just, you got to trust me on this. It makes you look real bad if Eli gets his way.
So tell him to delete what? Because he's made so many videos and
He has
posts
to
about
delete
me
those
already.
videos where he said that your husband didn't really want you. You got to take those down. That's the only way. If I had a big platform, that's what I would have to do. I'd be like, look, man, if you really come in good faith, then take those videos down and delete them and say you won't put them back up. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't reward you for bashing Christina. That's just a non-starter.
I don't know. All this is very confusing to me because I don't understand how he has the time to mess with me and many other people, like other content creators as well, not just me.
Well, again, because he's good at it. He understands. Like, look, what I want you to do is watch his reaction. Watch how happy he was talking about Dennis, him being able to go on Dennis's show. There was no remorse. There was no like, you know what? I really want to talk to Chris. He didn't care about you. He doesn't want to make it right with you. He just wants to get on Dennis's platform and he's gonna kiss Dennis' ass and grease Dennis's palm. And then it's gonna make Dennis like be less defensive, and he's gonna just give this guy a platitude to just do whatever he wants. He's gonna be all smarmy, all polite, and then you're just gonna look bad. You know, because even if go ahead.
Ultimately, what do you think? Like, should we even give him the time of day, or should we just shut this shit down?
Like I said, make him take those videos down because he's trashing you. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know you from Peter to Paul. That's what I'm saying. How is he trashing me? He doesn't know me. He just threw you under the bus based off a lie because you didn't want to go on there, and now Dennis like makes a response to him like, okay, yeah, I'll give you the interview. Like, what's that about? I'm just saying the whole thing don't make sense. All of a sudden he's okay with it and he wants to respond to Eli. I don't know what that's about, but I don't know if you guys talked about it and then you told Dennis, hey man, I want you to handle Eli, because now it just looks like he's your big brother, like coming to clean up your mess. Like, what's Dennis gonna do about this?
No, I didn't even, like, all I did was share a video because he had told me a couple of days ago saying, like, he doesn't know when Eli even said his name, because he said his name, like, one time in another video, but I couldn't find it. So when I saw this new video for him talking, he was talking about DJ even more. So I was like, okay, I had just started it, and I said, let me go ahead and timestamp it, send it to him so he knows, because I did my part, and then he can decide what he wants to do, which I didn't expect anything to happen. I just thought he was going to say like, what a creep, you know. I didn't expect any of this. And then he comes back, sends me a text, is like, you're not going to like my response video to him. I'm like, okay. And so then I saw oh my gosh, is this the real Coach Eli? This is not him, is it?
So Dennis told you that
it is the real me.
Coach Eli is actually here.
I am here.
That's
How are you
crazy.
all doing?
Not
We're
too good.
Doing fine.
Not too good.
Well, no, I'm good. It's just you know, people don't really like you. But go ahead, let them speak.
I don't care if people don't like me, bro. I'm here to say a few words, and that's it.
No, say whatever. This is Christina's show. I'm sorry, Christina. You handle it. But you came at me, so I'm gonna respond. But go ahead.
He's free to speak.
Okay.
It's
let him
chat.
speak.
Now, here's my problem. My problem is anonymous people that won't show their face or use their name talking shit about people on the internet. It's pathetic. It's beta. It's stupid. And, you know, bro, you can have all the burner phones you want. You can hide in plain sight, bro, and you can run your mouth all over the internet, but there are repercussions for that, dude. And you got to realize that. Are you a millennial, dude?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter to me.
It doesn't.
How old are you, bro?
It doesn't matter. I just have an
Answer,
opinion.
why won't you answer my question, bro? I'm asking you a
Wait,
fair
what
question.
isn't? Well, no. Look, I said it doesn't matter. It doesn't
It
matter if
matters
I'm
to
20,
me.
if I'm 30, if I'm 60. It doesn't matter.
It matters to me. I'm 50 years old.
Okay.
I'm Elias
Well, I'm not
Mellis. I
that
live in
old.
Redwood City, California. I show my face. I use my real name, and here I am, bro. Now, I'm not on video right now, but you can see my picture. But I'm going to be going live soon on video on my channel. You can see me. You've seen me plenty. I haven't seen you. As far as I'm concerned, you don't exist.
That's fine. I'm not trying to be YouTube famous, but you
Then
are.
why are you running your mouth all over YouTube, bro?
Because isn't one of your arguments that you're a I've heard you say when you're a public figure, then you need to accept the repercussions. Isn't that what you are?
Why don't you show me your,
why
why don't you show me your face, bro? Why don't you be a man and show me your face?
Well, no, I don't need to. I'm not trying to be YouTube
because
famous.
You're a pussy, bro.
Okay, that's your opinion, but
no, that's a fact. That's a
okay.
fact. You're just another beta millennial dude that's insecure, and you're running your mouth on YouTube anonymously because you don't want to accept the repercussions of what comes with that. I have, bro. I've been fucking.
There's no repercussions.
Shut the fuck
internet.
up and listen to me, dude.
It's the internet.
Listen to me.
You can't handle the internet.
I don't give a fuck. I don't care if it's the internet. I don't care what the fuck it is. You're the one that started talking about me.
I wasn't.
You don't even know.
You
don't know who I
Christina.
am. You've been running your mouth about me for days, and I came here to set the record straight.
Wait, isn't that what you did about Christina? You ran your mouth about Christina.
That's a different
she never
story.
Talked about you,
if
but
she
never
talked
about you.
No, listen, dude. If she
Christina
wants to
never
talk, we can talk.
You.
We can talk with Dennis Jerome whenever we do that. I'll reach out to him, and I will email him. I'm not afraid to email anyone. I'll email him. We'll set it up if he still wants to do it. If not, no big deal. I got my own thing going.
But that's the whole point of this is that you ran your mouth about Christina. You're like the biggest hypocrite there is.
How am I a hypocrite? How am I?
Because you were talking about Christina. You're coming at her talking about her. She don't know who you are.
This is a public platform, bro. And if
so how stupid are you? You're coming at me and saying that I'm talking about you, and I said yes, it's a public platform, weirdo.
Don't interrupt your elders, bro.
You're not my elder. I respect
I am your elder, bro.
I don't respect you. No, I don't respect you. You're not respectable.
You don't have self-respect, bro.
I do.
No, you don't.
Okay, well,
just listen to yourself.
That's your
it's my opinion. It is my opinion.
But how much of a hypocrite are you saying that Christina's a public figure, so you have the right to talk about her, but I don't, even though you're a public figure? So make that.
You have the right to talk about me, and that's why I'm here. I'm here to set the record straight. My problem, listen to me. My only problem with you is the fact that you hide in plain sight like a little bitch. That's all. That's what you do.
Smart. That's smart.
That's smart because you don't want people to harass you or dox you or anything, dude.
Why would I?
I
don't need. That's the internet. It's entertainment. Dude. It's like I go to the movies and watch a movie.
Dude,
you know what I'm saying? Dude. I watch TV. Am I talk shit to the TV? Are they gonna come after me and threaten me like you are?
Are you scared? Are you scared of people coming at you for sharing your opinions, dude?
No, I don't give a shit.
Then why don't you show me your face right now? Turn on your camera. Cam up, bro.
Do that? That's just retarded.
Cam up.
Look, man, the point about it is why did you go after Christina? Why are you so pissed off?
It's none of your fucking business, dude. Cam up.
She's right here. This is her show.
If you show me your face, I'll answer that question.
No, that's not how this works, dude.
That's exactly how it works, bro.
I already exposed you as being a hypocrite, dude. Because you're offended that I came at you.
You didn't expose shit.
Even though you're a public figure, but you did the same thing to Christina. So you're like the biggest hypocrite. Make it make sense.
Hypocrite. I offered Christina a chance to talk. And now she wants to talk on Dennis Jerome Jr. show.
All she said was that she just wanted you to do a live like you're doing now. So now's your chance. Talk to her.
Dude, we're not going to talk about the Christina thing tonight. I came here to talk about it.
That's the whole point is that you're here right now.
Listen, I'm going to respect Dennis Jerome Jr. I'm going to reach out to him.
Do with this.
He made me an offer. It has everything to do with this.
How? He's not even involved in it.
Well,
you're just a worm that tries to infiltrate communities. Like everybody knows that. And this is your way to do it.
You're just an incel that won't show his face, that runs his mouth.
How? You have Christina right here. You guys could talk.
I'm not here to talk to Christina about this. We're going to talk.
It's her show. I'm on her show.
I understand that, but you're on here talking about me. That's why she said open chat.
Because you're a public figure.
Dude,
you're a public figure. Isn't that what you say?
Just like Jamie, dude. You millennials are all alike.
I have no idea who that is, dude. I just seen you tag me, and I'm like, why is this weirdo tagging me?
Because you were running your mouth anonymously.
Why wouldn't I say the same thing? Oh my God, Eli's attacking me. How dare he? I don't care. Like, you're nobody to me. Why would I care what anybody on the internet says?
The one thing I care about
internet,
is
dude.
people. No, dude, listen, I get the internet, bro, but we're also real people, dude. That's the problem with you fucking millennials. You don't understand that there are real people out here and there are real repercussions for this shit. You don't get that, dude.
No, there's not. You just got to be smart.
Then show your face. Use your name and show.
Why would I? There's no point.
Because you're a sissy, bro.
That has nothing. It's called being smart. I'm not trying to be a YouTube figure. That's the whole thing. Dude, I'm not trying to be a YouTuber.
I don't respect people that run their mouth on YouTube or any platform.
That's what you did, though. You ran your mouth about Christina. You ran your mouth about a
my name is Elias Melis, and I am Greek, and we're considered Caucasian, dude. There's your answer to that question, bro. Okay? And I live in Redwood City, California. And I walk every day. I show my face. I use my real name. I've got nothing to hide. I have no shame. What do you have?
And you got like 1 million enemies. That's what's funny.
I don't give a shit how many enemies I have. I also have people that like me too. People are going to hate you.
And you made Christina enemy. You made Christina enemy.
No, that's her choice. I think Christina just got caught up in that game with Jamie. All that
stuff. Is that No, you attacked her. You talked about her husband, don't want her. You said that she was fat and got overweight. Like, how is that?
She put her story out there publicly, and she kept on saying
just like
different
you put
things.
yourself out there publicly, right?
I understand that, dude.
Just like you put yourself out there publicly.
Dude,
so how is it fair for you to attack her, but I can't attack you?
This is not attacking, bro. This is stating opinions. This is responding, reacting.
So how is it wrong for you to state your opinion about her? You don't know her, but you're attacking me for stating my opinion about you.
Because, dude, I wasn't talking about you. You inserted yourself like a fucking white knight.
No, you tagged me. You tagged me, weirdo.
No, dude, you were talking about me before I tagged you. That's why.
Because you were talking about Christina. That's the whole point. If you would have never talked about her, I was offering my opinion.
You're here to anonymously white knight for a woman on the internet.
How is it white knighting if somebody's talking shit about somebody you know and you're saying, wow, what a piece of shit?
Because this is none of your business, bro.
How? It's on the internet. It's on the internet, stupid. I can watch it. I can see you. Like, are you stupid? How is it none of my business when you're putting out for thousands of people to see? Dude, so it's nobody's business? Are you just retarded? I think you're actually retarded, bro, because you're saying the most ignorant shit I ever heard anybody say. How is it your business? Well, you're making it everybody's business.
Listen to yourself, bro. Listen to yourself.
How stupid are you? It's nobody's business?
Dude, you can call me every name in the book, bro. You're not going to trigger me. Dude, I'm not here to compete.
You tagged me too. Like, I didn't tag you. I don't give a shit about
how many times you're going to say the same thing, dude?
No, but I just want you to make it make sense that you're coming at me for coming at you when you came at Christina and you didn't know her. You literally did not know her. You didn't know her last week. You didn't know she existed till last week. So why are you so desperate to do a live and then desperate to talk?
Dude, listen to you. You're fucking white knighting, dude.
What's white knighting? I don't even know.
What's white knighting? It's basically, like standing up for a woman over something that doesn't involve you, dude. She's not your woman. And you're white knighting for her over a guy that's making an opinion on the internet, dude. Like, I don't know who you are, and you don't even show your face or use your name. As far as I'm concerned, you don't exist.
Yeah, no, it's the internet. Anybody could do it. What are we talking about? You just look like a massive hypocrite.
Dude, you're a troll, dude. All you are is a troll.
You're talking about it's I can't talk about you, but you can talk about Christina.
No, you can talk about me, but I'm gonna come here when you're not making sense, especially if you're doing it anonymously. My only problem with you is the fact that you're anonymous out here running your mouth with no repercussion.
Everybody is. What are you talking about? Everybody's anonymous.
My name is Elias Melis. Do a background check on me. You'll find out where I live. You'll see my face.
Yeah, because you're trying to be YouTube famous, and you are. You're like low.
I don't give a shit about being YouTube. This is not about that.
I mean, there's like 50 channels about you because you're just that ridiculous.
Dude, I'm out here to help people, and there are a lot of weird fucking people out here that are very mentally sick and mentally ill and emotionally messed up. And you know what? They overreact because they're insecure. And they can't handle it when somebody is a decent person that they want to be like. I'm not saying them all that. What I'm saying is that there are people hurting out here, and you try to help them out. You try to be a friend, and then they lash out because they wish they could be like you. They're sick.
But you didn't try to help Christina. That's the weird thing. You didn't try to. You just talk shit about her.
No, I did a reaction, and initially, I basically had her back. Then I heard her say a lot more, and it wasn't making any sense. And I just gave more of my opinion. And then I was willing to talk with her, and she was willing
Okay,
to
I
talk
just
with
gave
me.
my opinion about you. You're a weasel. You say a bunch of reckless shit. You got a lot of enemies. That's just an opinion.
Yeah, but I know Christina's a real person because at least I can see her picture there, and at
You
least I
don't
know
know
her.
that
At
could
least I
be
know
that
her
could be a
name.
fake picture. That's not her real name. I mean, from what I know, that's not her real name. I don't know Christina. I could be talking to a man. I don't know. Like you don't know anybody on the internet. What do you make no sense, dude? It's the internet. Like I think you need to wake up to reality. I think
Wake
you
up
have
to
a false sense
reality.
of reality. Yes, you have a
How old
false
are
sense
you,
of
dude?
reality.
How old are you?
It doesn't matter. I could be 12. I could be 65. It don't matter how old
It
I am.
matters to me, dude, because you're acting like a 12-year-old.
Then I'm 12. It is what it is. You
Dude,
know,
let me ask you this. How did you find out about this community? Are you a driver?
am I a driver?
Are you a
Yeah, I'm a
door
driver.
are you a DoorDash or Uber driver?
Yes, I did it a couple times.
Okay, so are you a part of the gig economy, or how did you find out about this community?
I just seen it on a time feed.
You just seen it on a what?
Is that actually Dennis? Because he's talking reckless. But anyway, look, Coke. I don't even
Yeah,
think I'm not
that's
gonna call you.
really Dennis.
Is that really him? Why? See, Dennis, man, he doesn't know. I don't know. He just talks crazy. But whatever. You know, like I said, I don't even know why this guy. Why were you talking shit about Christina? Like, cause she told you no?
No, I'm not. I'm not upset that Christina canceled the interview or didn't want to do it. You guys are taking it way out of context. You're
You
trying
made
to
a
make it
whole
sound.
live about her. You made like 4 hours talking about her.
No, here's the thing. What happened with Christina is that Jamie, who actually earlier tonight, let me tell you how fucked up that Jamie guy is. Okay. I've been dealing with him for 6 years. My girlfriend and I did a members only live stream tonight. And basically, he bought a membership and rebroadcasted my paywalled content on Rumble to his people. And he's been harassing me, defaming me, and doing all this shit for years. You folks don't know the whole story. That guy has some serious issues. Okay. That's the bottom line. So, you know, if you guys are going to listen to that guy and all the stuff that he clips out of context, yeah, some of the stuff I did say. Yeah, I did say the N-word by mistake to a guy that was actually Hispanic because I was on Jamie's panel 5 years ago and he instigates people to get triggered. Yeah, I made some mistakes. I apologize for it. And as far as the disabled people, those people came at me. They came at me, so I was defending myself. Look, if you, whether you're disabled or not, if you trash talk me, I'm going to call you out. I'm not going to say shit about your disability, but just because you're disabled doesn't mean you're not susceptible to criticism. If you attack someone, they attacked me. But you guys believe everything you hear from Jamie and all these people because they put this shit out of context.
But you literally attacked Christina.
I did not attack Christina. I shared my
What do you
opinions.
mean you did? She was offended. What do you mean you attacked
I
her?
shared my opinions, dude. As a matter of fact, to be honest with you, I truly care.
Well, that was an opinion. That was really roasting somebody.
Listen, dude, the bottom line is this.
You said her husband don't want her. You're saying that's cool, that's fair. Like you didn't even know
You're
that. But
taking me out of context, bro.
No, that's what you said. You said her husband don't want her no more. I mean, you said some really nasty things.
Dude, you're taking me out of context. I
How
shared
was that
some.
out of context?
I
That's
shared
what you
some
said.
possible.
You said that she. What did you say? He doesn't want to be around her no more. She probably.
I
gained
shared
weight.
some possible scenarios. Okay, that's what.
But you don't. That's weird. Is you don't even know that, and you're just throwing that out there, and you don't expect people to be upset with you.
Scenarios are opinions, bro. Okay, scenarios are opinions. That's it. That's all it is. I could be wrong, but I've seen people in these situations before, and that's what typically happens. Look, the bottom line is this.
But she said that wasn't even true. I think she was in your chat. She said it wasn't true, and you blocked her or whatever.
The reason why I blocked Christina, and I believe I unblocked her, the reason why I blocked her is because you got involved with Jamie, and I want nothing to do with him. And Jamie is the kind of person that infiltrates every community and basically just goes haywire. You'll soon find out what Jamie's all about. That's all good. You do what you got to do. But as far as the Christina thing and all that, I'll share more about that on the Dennis show. But all I'll say is this, okay? I care about helping people. I've seen many scenarios. I've been in a relationship for 2.5 years. I've had other long-term relationships. And look, I'm not going to be in a relationship any longer than I need to be if it doesn't feel right and it's not working out. I love my girlfriend, Dawn. We're going to get married in a year or so. Yeah, we have our moments, but we communicate regularly every day. We don't shut each other out. We don't spend 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fucking hours a day on YouTube, on drama shit show panels, just wasting time. That's the truth of the matter. Like, I come and do my shows, and then I go and spend time with my family, my girlfriend, etc. And we do things that couples do. So
if people were to disrespect you and your and Don's relationship, if I got on here with Christina, I just disrespected you and Don's relationship, obviously you're offended. That's why you're offended. No, you were mad at me talking about you.
They talked about Jamie.
But that's what I'm saying, and you're mad about it, right?
I'm not mad about it. No,
you are. You got on here saying, "How dare you do that?" Da 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 da. That's defamation. They're in person. You have all these reckless to say, but you just literally did that about Christina.
Dude,
do you not understand the things that you say and do? That's exactly what you did. What you're complaining about is exactly what you did.
No, dude. Listen, I don't care if people make opinions about myself. Dude, can you let someone respond to the questions you ask without cutting them off in the middle of
Why let you speak for 10 minutes? So how is that any different?
Oh my God, dude, you just can't shut your mouth, huh? Here's the thing, man.
Go ahead. How is it any different?
Here is the thing. People can talk about myself and my girlfriend all they want. We've been doing this for a while and we're used to it. It's part of the game. That's what happens, right? The things I don't like is when I've got members-only content. I've got paid members that are watching my show, and I've got a motherfucker who buys a membership and then rebroadcasts my members-only stream on my monetized channel to a public audience. That's messed up, okay? That's really messed up, okay? Additionally, he keeps putting out these videos over and over and over again. Fine, put them out one time, no big deal. When you put shit out over and over and over again, that's defamation, that's slander, that's harassment. It's harassment, dude. Now, I'm not a pussy, and I can handle this shit, and it doesn't bother me. But the point of the matter is, it affects me from growing because other people are misled on who I really am. And that's the truth of the matter, bro. That's all it boils down to. If both of you don't like me and you want to believe that shit, that's on you. But at least I came here to speak my truth and speak my piece. That's it. I've been doing public speaking for over 20 years. I'm experienced. I've spoken in front of a lot of people. I've been doing video for a long time. I've been doing podcasting before that. I have dealt with every fucking kind of human being out there, and I've done my best to accept them all and to be understanding. But some people are just unreasonable. You can't reason with unreasonable people. Does that make sense? Was that good enough for you, dude? Or do you need more?
But that doesn't explain why you just bashed Christina without knowing.
Dude, that explained everything right there, dude, but you don't get it. You're not comprehending it, dude.
No, you just explained why people hate you, and I think they hate you for good reason. Because how did bashing Christina help?
I did not bash Christina. I don't bash people.
Saying her husband don't want her, saying he was forced into a marriage. How is that not bashing somebody?
That's stating an opinion, dude. That's stating an opinion.
Wouldn't be make somebody upset?
Opinions can make people upset, but you don't have to listen to them.
Well, no, you heard me call you a Keebler elf and you were upset.
Dude, that's stupid. No, dude, I'm not upset you called me Keebler elf. I just think that's immature.
Yeah, you were mad. Dude. I called you a Keebler elf. You're a little runt. You have a little nasally, whiny voice. That makes you mad. You were mad enough to tag me, and I'm just a sock account. Dude. I'm beta. You call me beta, and
you are beta,
good
dude.
for you. Okay,
you are.
So,
because
the difference between
here's the thing, dude.
I don't care, and I don't get upset.
Would you run your mouth in person like this to somebody, to their face, dude? I'm not threatening you. I'm just saying, like, would you run your mouth?
No, because I'm smarter than you, Eli.
Right, because you don't want to get your ass beat. That's the thing. No,
you wouldn't beat anybody's ass. Trust me.
I'm not saying I would beat your ass. I don't threaten people. What I'm saying, dude, is there are other people that don't care about the law that would beat your ass for saying that shit to their face. So you got to watch your mouth, dude.
But I wouldn't say that. That's the thing. I wouldn't say anything unless it was deserved.
On the internet, you're a troll, and that's what you do.
No, the difference between me and you is you deserve it. That's the thing. You're talking about. It's just like if I'm just hypothetically speaking. If Christina's husband heard you talking about him or her, I'm pretty sure he would stomp you out because, like, how dare you, little man? Like, you wouldn't say it to his face, would you?
Dude, listen.
Would you say the things that you said? Would you say that to Christina's husband's face?
if I was talking with him and he wanted some advice on that, I would tell him exactly what I felt.
But he's not asking for advice. He hears what you said, and then you see him in person. Are you going to have the guts? No, but that's not, no, but hypothetically, right? You said, you asked me, would I say that to your face? And I'm like, okay, so when you see Christina's husband, if you ever met him, you know, maybe you never know, right? If you put your information out there and he's seen you, I think he might feel some type of way how you were talking about him. Or that's his wife. Like, no matter if you think he don't like her, that's still his wife, and he might be upset about some little weasel talking about them like that.
Listen,
so you
dude.
would say that to his face? Would you say that to Christina's husband's face?
I would talk to him in the same way I'm talking out here. I don't talk any different.
The way you said that, would you tell him, hey, your wife got fat and that's why you don't want her? You're going to tell him that? You don't know him from a can of paint, just like you didn't know Christina.
I would approach him
just like you don't meet.
I would approach him in a different way and say, hey, dude.
Why? No, you have to say it the same way you're saying it online, because that's your argument. Yes, you're saying we wouldn't say this to your face. No, but dude, why are you comfortable online saying that? Because it's online, right? You're accusing me of being a coward because I'm hiding behind a sock.
You are a coward.
And saying, no, and you're saying I wouldn't say it to your face. Well, then you need to say the things that you said to her husband's face.
Listen, dude.
Don't say, no, I'd approach it different. That's a weasel. No, be a man that you claim you are. You're an alpha, and you step to Christina's husband and say those exact things. You wouldn't, right?
Dude, listen to yourself, right? Dude. Listen to yourself, man. Listen to yourself. Okay?
But you wouldn't, right?
No, listen to me. If her husband really cared about what she was doing out here, he would be out here defending himself. He's not doing that. He has the right to do that. He can come out here and come to my channel. He can come out here and join a panel, but he doesn't want to do that. He's staying out of it for a reason. There's a reason why he's staying out of it. Now, I don't know what that reason is. I can assume what that reason is. Okay, maybe he's tired of whatever he's tired of. I don't know. In my opinion, there's just something not right. Because I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. If I was in that situation and I had a wife and she was talking about my stuff on the internet, number one, I'd be talking with her and saying, you know, hey, what the hell's going on? You know, can't we talk about this like two grown adults? But obviously, he's not doing that. Now, Christina, from what I heard, is saying that, you know, she wants to communicate, but apparently he's not communicating. So even if I wanted to talk with the guy, apparently he probably wouldn't even want to talk with me. He's not communicative. That's probably part of the problem. I'm not 100% sure, but that's what I assume based on what I've heard. That's it. That's all.
That's fine. And that's fine. You know, I don't even care that you said what you said, right? It's just that you seem to be upset that people were talking about what you said. That's what's weird to me. It's like, if you want to talk about her, then go ahead and talk about her like that. Okay, fuck it. You know, Eli, talk about whoever you want. But it's weird that you get mad when people respond. That's the weird thing.
I'm not getting mad, bro.
You are. You're coming on here. You know, you're not even talking to Christina. You say you don't. I don't know why Christina's not talking. She should be talking to you. This is her battle, but you came at me.
There's no battle, bro. You guys think it's a battle. No, this is not a battle, man. This is reality. This involves feelings. This involves people's lives and stuff, man. And you're poking fun at it, dude.
That's what you were doing to Christina. Like, what are you talking about?
I wasn't poking fun at her. No.
The reason I'm not talking is because he's addressing you, and I don't want to intervene if he's not addressing me.
But it's about you. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's literally about you.
Yeah, bro, but I don't want to interject.
Yeah, I came out here, Teddy or whatever your name is, fake name, whatever, no name, whatever you are. I came out here to just say this, that you're an anonymous person with no name and no face, and you're just running your mouth on the internet anonymous. I can't respect that. I can't respect someone that I don't know exists, dude. That's the bottom line. That's my problem with YouTube. Too many trolls, too many people hiding in plain sight, you know, running their mouths. That's it. And then they think there's no repercussion for that. There's repercussion for everything that you do. Every action you take has repercussions. And you just think it doesn't because, I'm smart. I'm going to stay anonymous, right? I got 3 burner phones, so nobody can trace me where I'm at. Okay? Come on, dude. Listen to yourself. Reality check,
Exactly.
Man.
Exactly. That's the whole point. It's the internet. It's anybody, anywhere, anytime can say anything they want. And you, like you said, you always say public figures. You mentioned those are your own words, Eli. You talk about, well, if you're a public figure, then you can be talked about. Well,
yes.
You're a public figure, so you can be talked about. So why are you so upset?
I have no problem with anyone talking about me.
Well, you do. You had a problem with me. You don't even know who I am.
I have a problem with anonymous people running their mouths on the internet with no repercussion. You can say whatever you want.
That's the point. It's the internet. And you wouldn't be in this situation if you didn't run your mouth about Christina, right?
I didn't run my mouth about Christina. I shared an opinion. I did a response, a reaction.
Okay,
just
that's
like
the
you
same
guys
thing.
do.
I'm sharing an opinion. I shared an opinion about with Christina. How is it not the same thing?
Dude, I didn't run my mouth. I was dissecting a situation that was put out there publicly. That's all I did.
Same thing. Okay? Same thing I did. Exactly. That's the same thing I did. And I gave my opinion.
Dude, you're calling me a run. Dude, do you know what an ad hominem attack is? Do you know what ad hominem attacks are? Do you?
Yes, I'm very well aware.
Then can you explain the definition of an ad hominem attack to me, bro? Live on the air right now.
What do you mean as far as personal attacks?
Yeah. Well, I'll just tell you, bro. I'm not going to waste your time. Ad hominem attacks are when somebody comes at you regarding something that has nothing to do with the topic at hand. Basically, you attack the person for something that doesn't involve the conversation, like calling them a runt, calling them this, calling them that, right? Okay. That's what it is. That's an ad hominem attack. That's what these people do. That's it. That's what you do. Ad hominem attacks. That's what you guys do. That's why you won't show your name or face, because you create ad hominem attacks all day on people. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel important, right?
How? No, that's not true. I don't talk to anybody or anything else. I don't do that on the internet. It was just specifically about you.
Okay. Who else do you talk to out here? Do you talk to other people? Do you go to other panels?
No. Why would I? I don't do that.
Then what are you here for?
Like I said, I know Christina from before. I've had interactions with Christina before, and then she started doing lives. So, I hopped on, and I seen that she made a video about you, and then I seen what you said. So, it's one big spiral, right? Like everything works in one big, one show. Like you just follow the trail. And then I seen that you have a whole community that make fun of you. And I seen some of the stuff, and I formed an opinion. Like you said, you're a public figure. I formed an opinion. I think you're a little Weasley rat. And I think everything people say about you is true, and it's an opinion. And it's just funny that you make all these threats. I want to civil suit you and this and that. You say all these weird things, and you just can't.
Things.
Like it's the internet.
Weird things,
it's
dude.
The internet. It's the internet.
Do you know what bullying and harassment is, dude? You know what cyberbullying is? It's a real thing.
Internet? Yeah, no, not on the internet, bro. It's the internet. Like anybody, people, there's 1,000 channels. And you make a show and people have an opinion about you, that just is what it is.
Let me explain something to you. Christina, did you hear about the restraining order that was put on Jamie recently?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so let me explain this to you so you folks understand. So realistically, I don't have a problem with anyone, including Jamie, but Jamie just runs his mouth for content. He's a drama shit show disturber, and he calls it entertainment. He purposefully attacks people on the internet so he gets reactions, and he keeps poking and poking and poking until he gets those reactions, and then he sells that to its audience. Well, he's taking it a bit too far, and finally, somebody, Granny's watching channel Jess, went and filed for a restraining order on him. And what happened was he was offered a 3-month temporary restraining order to prove that he can stop talking about her, and then the case will be dropped. Instead of taking that fair deal, he said, fuck it, I'm going to fight it. He ended up losing, and now he has a 3-year full-blown restraining order that's affecting his right to bear arms, Second Amendment. It's affecting him from probably getting other jobs and stuff. Do you know how serious a restraining order is, a civil harassment order? Do you understand that? Do you understand that running your mouth on the internet does have repercussions? This is what you don't get, dude. Reality check, bro.
Running my mouth about what?
Running your mouth, saying shit, attacking people, antagonizing people.
Nobody's attacking you.
I'm not saying you are. What I'm saying is it's a real thing. You're discrediting it. You're discrediting bullying and harassment. It's a real thing. And there's someone paying
that's
the price.
A whole nother matter. Just having an opinion. A whole other matter, harassment.
Bro. What are you talking about? You're the one that brought up, so it's the internet. Anything goes. No, dude.
Are you silly? Do you know how many? There would be 100 million lawsuits a day based on internet traffic. Are you that stupid? Like, you're just gonna get laughed out of court. You're just beyond
Laughed out
stupid,
of court, dude.
bro.
There's a real restraining order on this guy
Bro,
right now.
you know how many cases would be filed a day if they allowed that to happen? Are you just that brain dead? You're literally gonna sit here and try to spook people when literally there would be 50 cases alive. Like, you really think the courts are gonna let that happen? You're a bozo. Like, you're just gonna get laughed at and
Oh
thrown
my
out.
God.
Like, stop. What are we
Listen.
talking about here?
What I said was, this guy got a real restraining order for running his mouth on the internet and harassing this woman. I don't care about what you just said. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What matters is what actually happened. It happened. It's real. And the internet does have repercussions for bullying and harassment. The reason why you're anonymous is because you don't want people coming at you for bullying and harassment or calling your job and trying to get you fired and stuff like that. You don't want to deal with that. That's why you're anonymous, right?
It's called being smart.
Maybe so, whatever. But I don't have to respect someone who doesn't show their name or face and runs their mouth on the internet like YouTube. I don't have to respect
Well, I
someone
mean,
like that.
all Exhibit A is you running your mouth about Christina. That's the thing. That's Exhibit A. So anything you say is null and void, dude. You brought it upon yourself.
Dude,
That's the problem
I
with
share
you.
opinions and some people don't like them.
And you brought this
and that's
upon
fine.
yourself. That's
Dude.
that's the funny thing is you brought this upon yourself.
I bring everything upon myself. I never said I didn't, bro.
And if you tag me and I talk about you, well, that's something you brought upon
tagged you
yourself.
because you were already talking about me beforehand, dude.
Again, this was never about you or what you do. I was talking to Christina and wondering why this guy was talking about her. And then I followed up. I seen that, people make fun of you. Yeah, and that's an opinion. It seems like you can't handle it. Like what
I can
other
handle it
people
just
say
fine,
about you.
dude. I can
Well,
handle
no,
it just fine.
you don't, because you have countless amount of enemies. I mean, how does it feel to have that many enemies?
It feels fucking great, dude. It means people are watching me and they're invested in my content.
Oh, so this
If you
is part
don't
of
if you
your
don't have
plan.
haters, everybody that's on their way to making it as a YouTuber is going to have haters. If you don't have haters, you're not doing anything.
Wait, I thought you were gonna sue them all and take them to civil
I'm not
court.
here to sue. I'm not here to sue anyone.
Well, no,
dude.
that's what you're saying. You're calling one, you like it because you're saying, yeah, that's what you need. You're getting a thrill, a kick out of it because you're saying, yeah, it's called haters. But then you're crying about it. Like, which one is it?
No, dude, here's the thing. I am being severely harassed by Jamie. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going live right after I'm done here to talk about it. Okay? And I can talk about whatever I want. Okay? There are some people that take it a bit too far. If you want to come out here, share your opinions, do a little trolling, who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. But if you're going to constantly harass someone day in and day out for 6 years straight, then that's a different story, dude. You don't know
That's
the whole
not
backstory.
me.
You don't know. I'm not saying it's you. What I'm saying is you don't know the
Why are you
backstory.
crying to me about it?
I'm not
No.
crying to you. I'm answering your questions. And you don't like the fact that I'm smart enough to respond to you and not get twisted in your words. You're very manipulative, bro. You try to twist people's words and then crawl under their skin and try to trigger them. And you're not going to fucking trigger me, dude. Good luck. You're not.
I think you already were triggered by tagging me. I'm just a sock. I have no
Dude,
subscribers.
I can tag whoever I want. It's YouTube. It's part of
So
YouTube, bro.
That means you bring it upon yourself.
Dude, I came here on my own
I think
free
I'm
will.
coaching you.
Uh-uh.
I'm coaching Eli. I'm
Think
going
what
to
you
make
want.
a channel.
If you think
I'm
you're
coaching
coaching me,
Eli.
if it makes you feel better to feel like you're coaching me, bro, then more power to you. Anyone can be a coach. If you want to call yourself a coach, you can. It's not a regulated industry. So if you want to be Coach No Name or Coach Anonymous, do what the hell you want, dude. Who's stopping you? Like, dude, you can keep coming at me all day, and I will respond to you all day.
But that's the point, is that you just admitted that you like it. You just said, yeah, that's
don't
the
like
point.
it.
Because you just said that's the whole point. When you do content, like, you like the haters, you like the attention. You just said that.
I don't
mean,
like the haters, but if you don't have haters, then you're not doing anything. Everybody has
okay,
haters.
there you go. So what are you going to follow? A restraining order? You're going to
I never said I
civil
was.
sue everybody?
No,
I
I
mean-
didn't say that, dude. You're taking me out of context, bro.
No, but that's what you're alluding to. You're trying to say, oh, that's bullying, harassment. You're trying to use and put it in legal terms.
It
So,
is bullying.
But
is
it's not.
bullying.
You just said you like it. You like it.
Dude,
That's what
I
you
didn't
just
say I
admitted
like
to.
it. I said that everybody has haters. Everybody
because
has
that's what you
haters.
said. Okay, so that's the whole point is you don't
Dude.
mind it because you're getting clicks, you're getting
Dude.
views, you're getting traffic driven your way, and that's fine. It's just
Mhm.
weird that you do the same thing to other people.
And I have two
You
monetized
you
channels in
tag
very good
people,
standing. I have two monetized channels in good standing
but
for
they
over
already
4
said that was
years.
bot. You have no engagement. Like I mean, your videos get no traction. Like that's what's weird about it. It's obvious those are bot subs. I mean, there's no way that it's real because you don't have the numbers to match it. I mean,
Dude,
how long you been doing this?
Dennis
6 years?
Jerome Jr. Dennis Jerome Jr. has 13K subs and had 40 people on his stream earlier today. I get 40, 50 people with fewer subs. The sub count doesn't matter. It matters about your active audience, dude. Okay?
But
You
you
don't
haven't grown. I mean,
you
you're
don't know.
still like you're talking to like 12 people as
I
far
have
as I
grown.
know.
You're not around to see it, bro. I have
No, I
grown. I
mean that's the
continue to
whole
grow.
point. I mean, you would already been popping. I think you need to give up. I honestly, this is
I'm
some
not giving
advice
up, dude.
because I'm an actual coach. I
Mhm.
think you should give up, man. You should give up to YouTube. You should give up
Never.
your channel. You should try something else, man, because this
Never.
clearly isn't working for you.
Never, dude.
You clearly cannot handle it.
Never,
Why
dude.
would you want to do this? Why would you want to bring this upon yourself?
I love doing it, dude.
Why are you a masochist?
Nope.
You obviously like getting beat up. You know what I'm saying? You like people trashing you. Because
Dude.
I wouldn't like it. I
Dude.
wouldn't want to be in your position.
Then you're not strong enough for this, dude. You're weak.
What do you mean being strong? Being strong for what?
If you can't handle what happens out here as a YouTuber, then you're not cut out for it.
What do you mean you can't handle it? You're trying to file civil suits against people, threaten people that they're bullying and
I can
harassing
sue anyone
you.
I want, bro. It doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. I have the right
No,
to
but
do
that's
what
what
I
you're
want.
saying. You're saying it's bullying and harassing, but you
It
just
is
said
bullying.
you like it. You said you're built for it, so you like it.
No, I said I was made to do this type of content. I love the content. I love being on YouTube.
But you don't get positive reaction. Everything is negative.
Dude, I have my own audience, just like.
But you don't. That's what I said. It's all fake.
Dude, I have my own audience. I run streams almost every day. I have enough people there. Okay, you're just not watching. You're not seeing
and
it.
again, everything you say ends up being hypocritical because at one point you talk about you're being bullied and harassed, and then you say, well, when you do YouTube, that's what it is. That you have to be able to take it.
You
So
do.
it's almost like you're glorifying it. No, you're glorifying it.
Dude, I'm not glorifying shit. What I'm saying
You just did.
is
You
that
said because I wouldn't want to be you. I'd hate to be you.
You try to twist people's words, and you're not
No,
going to
I'm
twist.
just telling you the truth. All I ever speak is the truth.
No, you're twisting my words, and you're not going to do that. I will answer your questions respectfully and civilly, but I won't let you twist my words. What I said was, I don't like the bullying and harassment, but it happens out here. It's hard to control. It's impossible to control. We all have trolls and haters. We have to learn to deal with them. I don't have a problem dealing with most of them, but some of them, like Jamie, they keep poking and poking and poking, even if you ignore them. Jamie intentionally antagonizes people for content, and he won't stop antagonizing until you engage with him. And then he goes real life and does other things. You have no idea what this guy has done, right? And honestly, I don't hate the guy. I just want him to stop doing what he's doing. What he's doing is really hurting people. What he's doing is really hurting people and leading people to believe that the people he's talking about are really bad people, when most of us are not. There are a lot of people this guy has hurt.
You're just as bad. I don't know how you complain about somebody.
How do I hurt people, dude? What have I done to hurt?
I've seen you talk trash about Christina. That's the whole point of this. You keep trying to talk about a Jamie character that I have no idea who is.
Besides Christina, give me another example of what I've done that hurts people.
Just from like the clips. I mean, people make all these funny memes. You're like a meme at this point.
Those clips were 5 years ago, dude.
It doesn't matter. You talk shit. You're talking about beating up bitches. You know, slapping bitches. Dude, you know, they say you talk about disabled people.
Those were taken out of context.
You say the N-word. You say racial slurs. I mean,
how many times is it going to take for you to understand those were taken out of context? And a few of them, I actually said that. And let me ask you this, dude. Have you ever not made a mistake and said something you shouldn't have said? Are you exempt to it? Are you immune to it?
But I'm not a YouTube figure like you. I don't care.
I'm asking you a question. You're here on a public platform.
No. I don't talk like that. I don't disrespect people like that.
So you've never once on accident said something you shouldn't have said. Because if you say no, then you're not human.
Well, if you're asking, I stole a candy bar. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you're being ridiculous. But as far as being nasty, using racial slurs, no.
So you've never once used a racial slur by mistake, out of frustration.
No, not to public people. Not
You're
to people.
full of shit,
No.
dude. I'm sorry. Maybe you haven't done it on YouTube, but maybe in the real world, because you're not a YouTuber. You come out here and you come on a panel every now and then. But you can't sit there and tell me in the real world you're some fucking saint, dude, because nobody is.
A saint? I know, of course not. But you pretend to be. You're supposed to be this life
Pretend to be.
coach.
I'm not
You should
pretending to
be
be shit.
held to a different standard.
Listen, dude, I fucked up more than anyone on the planet. That's how I learned from my shit. I'm not coming out here saying I'm some fucking saint. I fucked up many times, and I want to help people learn from my fucking mistakes, dude.
But that's the thing. I can't take you seriously the way you talked about Christina.
You don't have to take me seriously, dude.
It was wrong. I mean, it was just flat out wrong, dude.
You're a white knight. You're a white knight.
No, it was wrong. It was wrong. You can't understand that?
Let me ask you a question. Do you know Christina in the real world or just on the internet?
No, I know her strictly online. But we have talked offline, if that's what you mean.
Okay. So basically, you just know of her from the internet. Like you've never met her in person or anything like that, right?
No.
So she's just somebody on the internet that you chat with to pass the time every now and then.
No, we've done, lives together. I mean, we talk. I mean, I don't get what you're getting at.
What I'm saying is, dude, how invested are you in your friendship or whatever you have with Christina?
There is no investment.
Okay. So you just said there's no investment, but you're here white knighting for her over what some guy said about her marriage on the internet that she talked about publicly.
But that's deflection. You still don't
deflection. No, I answered, dude, listen to me. I've heard all these manipulative tactics that people have tried to spin my words, deflection, all that. I'm not here for that bullshit. I don't fall for the bullshit. Oh, you're deflecting. Oh, you're just trying to prevent from answer. I'm here to answer every damn question you ask.
Then you don't think it was wrong how you were talking about Christina and her marriage?
Dude, I gave my opinion. Okay?
And it wasn't even on your show. It's something you heard her telling other people.
No, I heard her talking about it on her own shows. Okay. And on Roy's and on everything. Everything that she put that stuff out there.
Okay.
And honestly, I don't listen to me. I don't like, to this day, I don't like how Roy came at her. I don't like how Roy. I don't. And honestly,
I said the same thing.
Let me tell you this. I have no hatred for anyone. I don't think Roy's a bad guy. I think Roy is very angry and fucking bitter because of his divorce. And he's MGTOW. You guys, I'm sure by now you've heard of the MGTOW Men Going Their Own Way group. I used to be a part of that years ago. And let me tell you something. That's a toxic fucking group of men. Those men do not accept responsibility for shit. My problem is this. I don't hate Roy. I don't think he's a bad guy, but I don't think Roy is ready to accept responsibility for his actions that led to the divorce. I'm not saying that his wife was perfect. I don't know either one of them. But the problem with these men is that they're not willing to accept responsibility for their part of the failure. And that's what pisses me off. Because a real fucking man is going to admit his fucking faults. I fuck up all the time. I even make mistakes with my girlfriend, not on purpose. Sometimes I say something I don't mean, and I apologize like a fucking man because I love her. I'm not perfect. She makes mistakes and she apologizes. But these guys think that their shit don't stink. They think that, oh, she left me and took half my shit, right? That's all they think about. But they don't think about why she left you and took half your shit. Maybe it has to do with your lack of participating in the marriage. Maybe it's because of the fact that you stopped dating and courting your wife in the same ways you did before you got married. A lot of these guys, they date their wife before they get married. They do all the right shit. Then they get married and they become complacent. Do you both know what the word complacent is?
Yes, you don't have to be condescending.
No, I'm not being condescending. I'm asking you legitimately. I wasn't trying to be condescending. Some people don't even know what that word means.
Obviously, it means to
become lazy.
Accept.
No. It means that they become lazy and stop doing the same shit that they were doing. That's not what it means.
Complacent isn't lazy. Lazy is lazy.
No,
complacent means that complacent means that you have something decent, but you don't want more. Like you
No,
should be
dude,
wanting
look
more.
it up. Look it up on Google, dude. We all have Google nowadays, bro. Look up the word complacent. Complacent means that that person stopped doing what they initially did that, you know, made the woman want to marry him in the first place, right? Women marry a man because that man is doing the right stuff. And same thing, men marry women because they're doing the right thing. They're made to be together. What happens is when people get married, sometimes one side gets complacent, stops doing their part, and that's what sets things apart, right? That's what fucks things up, right? I'll tell you
And
this.
again,
Go ahead.
that you still don't get it. You still don't see how what you said, you know, about Christina was wrong.
You keep bringing it back to Christina, dude. You're like some white knight Christina advocate, bro.
No, because I just can't understand how you don't see that someone would be upset that you were talking about him like that.
I listen. She has the right to be upset at anything, including what I said.
And
but
at first,
I have the right to my opinions, just like she does.
Here's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around: is I'm trying to say, hey, because at first you gave her props. You said, oh, she was going at Roy. I guess you guys have your own thing, man. I just caught on. I tried to follow the trail, and I seen this Coach Eli guy. I don't know who you are from a can of paint. Okay. I only seen a couple of videos, but I seen that you were giving her props, but then you start bashing her, and that was what was funny. And I told Christina, I think it's kind of entertaining. It's funny. All of this is entertaining as fuck. It's hella. You're entertaining.
Oh, it's entertaining
funny.
for you. That's fine,
yeah, because
dude.
you're a local. It's extremely entertaining, bro.
That's great, dude. You can call me a
say,
local all you want. It's not the first time I heard it.
You are definitely the epitome of a local. But
great,
I want to
dude.
ask you and see if you could be honest with us and yourself.
I'm being honest, bro.
Why did you turn on her? First you were giving her props, but then you start bashing her and making all these insinuations about her marriage. Why?
I didn't turn on her. Let me tell you what happened. Okay?
Please.
What happened was Jamie inserted himself. The guy, Jamie, every time I try to network with somebody new, he follows me like a stalker and then comes to these people, shows all those videos and stuff, taken out of context primarily. Some of it's true, but most of it is taken way out of context, right? The stuff that is true, I've come clean. I've apologized many times. How many times can a man apologize for his fucking mistakes and still be, attacked and harassed and all that by one person, right? That's what Jamie did. So when that happened, I was thinking, okay, fine. Christina's not going to want to do the show now because, this is what Jamie does. And people just sometimes tend to believe everything that they see or hear on the internet. They don't realize people can edit shit. And that's why Christina didn't want to go, do a pre-recorded video with me, But this is the thing.
How do you know that?
Because that's what she said. That's what happened. Christina talked about it on her shows. She talked about it.
Okay. So and you heard that. And you heard that.
I heard that. So
and then you decided to keep talking about her.
No, what happened was I said, I think we should do a show pre-recorded because I want to ice out the trolls, including Jamie. I didn't want anyone to get in the way of us having a nice conversation and I wanted to actually interview her and try to help her grow and try to get her out there because I think she honestly can actually, maybe possibly be a good life coach or give good advice and stuff like that. That's what I thought at that point. Okay. But then what happened was she basically said, oh, I only do lives. And I'll be honest, Christina, I'm not trying to be mean. I thought that came off pretty entitled. And so that's what kind of got me to say, okay, well, she's set in her ways. She's not being flexible. So I can't work with people that aren't flexible. Maybe I was wrong. Who knows? Okay. But that's how I felt. And that's from that point right there is where it turned right there. And then she started just sharing more about her situation. And I was just publicly, dude, on her streams and other streams she went on. And
okay, because you kind of just took a leap. You said it went from you were asking her to be in a live. She told you no. She wanted to do a live. And then you said to yourself, oh, she's not flexible. So then you start talking about her again.
No, dude, you're not listening. This is what happened.
That's what you said.
Listen carefully. Okay, we were going to do a live stream initially, and then when Jamie infiltrated, I figured, okay, that was the end of it. Then Christina said, no, I'll do an interview. I'll do an interview with you no matter what. I don't listen to what other people say, and I respected that. Okay, and then I said, because of the Jamie situation, and I want to eliminate all the trolls, let's do it pre-recorded, and then we can put it out there. I'm not going to edit it. I don't edit stuff when I do pre-recorded interviews unless the person says something that they don't want me to put out there. I'll do that, but I'm not going to edit myself or anything like that. Okay. So it was going to be like live on tape to prevent this whole Jamie harassment situation, so we could have a real conversation about it. Because we all know, you go on Roy's, you got trolls. Okay, you go on these live streams, you got trolls, you got people coming on, they're trash talking, they're using that homonym attacks, they're doing all this stuff, and it just doesn't get anywhere. It's one big shit show for like 10 hours, right? And that's the kind of stuff.
I get it.
I don't participate on that shit anymore, man. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time and energy.
You're saying a whole lot just to say one thing. You asked her to do a pre-recorded live, right?
So basically, she said she.
And what were you going to do? What was the point of that pre-recorded live? You were going to talk about her relationship?
Well, it was just getting to know her. Just getting to know her and doing an interview. People interview stuff. When people are, she's an up and coming YouTuber. She wants to do YouTube. She wants to grow her channel. If she can grow it, then she can do this as her job. That's what. So
you were going to try to help her with that?
That was my intention. But I wanted to keep the trolls out so it could be a real interview.
Okay.
So that way, no one harasses myself or her, and we don't get distracted. That's
and
the
then
point.
She told you no. Like, I want to do a live.
She goes, I only do lives. And when I heard she said I only
do lives.
What was
wrong with that?
Well, that kind of got me thinking, like, it came up a little entitled to me. That's how it came off.
But what's wrong with it?
I'm not saying anything is wrong with it. I'm just saying
you had a problem with it. You said you felt it was being entitled.
I'm looking for people that are flexible. And that showed to
me. She said she would do it. She didn't tell you no.
No. Being flexible is saying, okay, we can figure something out. We could do it live or pre-recorded. We'll do it in a way that makes sense. But she came out and said, this is the only way I do it. So it basically made me feel like there's no choice.
Well, no, but and I don't you're being just as inflexible by saying, I only want to do it my way.
I don't like not having choices. Neither does she.
Well, you didn't give her a choice.
No, I did give her a choice.
No, you said do it pre-recorded or nothing.
I said, let's do it pre-recorded. And she said, no, I only do lives. And then I said, okay, it's not going to work for me. That's what I said.
Well, then you're inflexible just as well. You want to do it your way. She wanted to do it her way because you weren't willing to be flexible.
The situation with the Jamie thing and the trolls, I wanted to avoid that. That's why I wanted to do it pre-recorded. Okay?
To have it your way.
Dude, I do live streams all the time. So it's not that I'm not trying to do a live stream. I love the lives. I love I love it all. I wasn't sitting here trying to avoid I'm here live with you right now. I did a live earlier tonight, and I did a live earlier before that on my walk. I do lives all the damn time. It's not about that. It was about doing the right thing to avoid the stupid shit that people are trying to infiltrate with. She wants to grow a real channel. I wanted to help her out legitimately. And now look what happened. It's turned into one big shit show.
Due to you. No, due to you.
Due to me, dude. I did my part.
What was your part?
I just told you my part, dude. I'm not going to repeat myself again.
Because I'm telling you what I hear. I hear a guy say, hey, I want you to come and do my show my way. And she said, no, I want to, I heard about you, however you say it. She wanted to do it live. So basically you couldn't just edit and clip it, which is fair. Why is it not fair for her to say that she wants to do it live? Like, you could still, if you wanted to help her and you were genuine about helping her, you would have just been concerned about helping her. Dude. Like, okay, you know what? I want to help this person. So I'm going to do in my desire to help you. You know what? I'm going to do it that way. So that way we at least talk. Is that not right? Or that's not fair?
Dude, let me tell you something. In my house, I have my rules and my ways that I do things. If people don't like that, I'm not going to be mean to them. I'm just going to say I'm not interested. I have the right to say I'm not interested to do whatever I don't want.
Which is being inflexible. Which you accused. You said she's being inflexible.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, that's what you said.
No, I'm very flexible. But for the situation at hand, it was the best option at that time to avoid all the bullshit. Okay, you're not understanding that.
No, I do. I understand perfectly. To me, it sounds like someone that wasn't genuine, because a genuine person really wanting to help somebody would say, hey, you know what, Christina, I understand your trepidation. That makes a lot of sense. I really want to help you. So let's do it. Because when someone wants to help someone, they don't say, hey, here's $1, but go wipe my shoes. They say, no, here's $1. Here's a book. You know what? Come to my course and learn. And they say, hey, I don't feel comfortable. Okay, well, I'll give you a phone call. They make every effort to make the other person feel comfortable.
Yeah,
and
dude.
You just were acting like a petulant child. It's my way or the highway. And you said she's inflexible. But even if that's the case, why didn't you say, okay, you know what? I guess Christina doesn't want my help. Then that's the end of it. And it would have been done. But why did you feel the need to, she didn't want to do this. Now I'm going to attack her.
Dude, let me tell you something. I have 2 monetized channels in very good standing. Okay, I'm one of the few people out of that whole group that has not been removed from the YouTube partner program. I've never had a community guideline strike. I don't have any copyright issues, no copyright claims. I take pride in that. I didn't know Christina that well. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm just saying I had never talked to her offline or anything. I'm not going to bring someone on my channel live, especially when you have all this BS happening with Jamie and all them when I don't know them. That's why I wanted to do it pre-recorded also. I'm going to protect what I built. And if you don't think I've built something enough, that's on you. For me, I've built something. I have 2 monetized channels in very good standing, and I want to keep them that way. If I don't know someone, then I'm going to tread a little more carefully. And that's the right thing to do. I want to avoid the drama. I want to avoid the bullshit. I want to avoid issues with YouTube. That's the right thing to do. So I'm not trying to be inflexible. That's not the point. The point is that was my best option at that time in my eyes. And that's the offer I made in my fucking house. In your fucking house, you can do whatever you want.
But how do you offer someone help
in her house your way? Hold on, dude. It's not about my way or her way or your way. It's about we have our own rule. The only place that you have full control of is your house. And in your house, if people want to come into your house, they need to abide by your rules.
She didn't want to come to your house.
No.
You wanted to interview her. She didn't reach out to you.
I extended an invite.
Okay. But she didn't ask for your help. She wasn't asking to be on your show, which would be different. If someone asks you to do something, hey, Eli, can I be on your show? And then you're like, yeah, I want to do a pre-recorded. I can't ask you to then do it live if I'm asking you. But if you're asking me, I'm going to tell you pretty much the same thing. Hey, you know what? From what I understand, pre-recorded, you can edit it, you can make me look bad, which is fair. Is that not fair?
I understand what you're saying, dude.
Is that fair? No, but is that fair of me? If you ask me, because you even said you said, hey, email me so we can set something up. And I would tell you the same thing. I don't feel comfortable because you can make me look like a fool, right? Is that fair?
I understand where you're coming from, but
is that fair though? Is that fair request?
It's a fair statement what you're saying.
Okay, so then what's wrong with it? If it's fair, according to your own words, why is it wrong for someone to say, "Hey, no, I'd prefer to do it live just so that it can be it can't be edited and make me look like a fool"? How is that?
It wasn't wrong, dude.
Okay.
I never said it was wrong. What I said was that I was not interested in that at that time for the reasons I stated about the trolling and stuff. So what you're not understanding is that I heard what she said. I respected what she said, but I wasn't open to that at that time for the reasons I stated. I have the right to reject whatever I want to reject. So do you, so does she. Okay?
But the difference is that you're asking her. I've never met somebody that I asked them to do something and then set some ground and then set, I want you to do, can you do this? Oh, but you got to do it my way. I've never come across that. That just sounds like a petulant child.
Listen, dude, no. If you invite somebody to your house and they disrespect your fucking house and they don't follow the rules of your house, whatever you have, then you're going to kick their ass out, right? So let me ask you this. If I came to your house and raided your fridge, I just walked in, just met you first time, walked in, raided your fridge, helped myself to a beer or whatever. I mean, what would you think? Okay.
Well, this is a completely different thing. The difference is something is not registering you that you can't understand that it's you who was asking for it. It's you asking Christina. It's you asking me.
I offered
but you're not offering anything. You're not offering anything. She's not getting nothing out of it. It's you for your content or your clicks and views. Like I said, you didn't know her from a can of paint. All you heard,
you're assuming that, dude.
You didn't know who she was the day before that. You had no idea she existed.
Dude, you spin in circles, dude.
No, it's very straightforward. It's very straightforward in the sense that she didn't deny you. But I told Christina, I said, why, when you told him, it's not like you told him no, even though you had said that people had gotten in her head and told her to people warned her about you, right? So you knew that. And so it was very fair of her to take warning, but she didn't tell you no. She said, I'm still willing to speak to you.
You know, because
someone that genuinely wanted to help someone would have been okay with that, because they're very genuine and wanting to help.
Yeah.
So when you said no, you wanted to do it your way, that to me seemed like you weren't genuine.
No, dude, that Jamie guy, well, all he does is goes around YouTube and antagonizes people and defames their character all day. He antagonizes, pokes. That's what he did. Because of that, I decided to tread a little more carefully. That's all I was trying to do. Okay, you think it's right what that guy's doing? Do you think that guy?
I could care less. I honestly, from hearing you and hear how weaselly you are and you can't answer anything straight, I think he's completely justified.
How am I not answering anything straight, bro?
Because I'm asking you. Because I want you to admit it was wrong how you talked about her and her husband. Like that was just wrong.
I'm not gonna say something is wrong when it isn't. It's a difference of opinion. We're all entitled to our opinion.
That's what I'm getting to, is showing how it's wrong, because when she didn't want to do it your way, and she actually agreed to talk to you when she wouldn't agree to do it your way, because you were in her corner, you were being her cheerleader, you were white knighting for her. Oh, this girl's great.
White knighting for. I don't white knight.
Yeah,
for women.
You were like big enough. You were big. You were her biggest fan. One day.
I support
1 hour. So you're her fan. You're like, wow.
I know, dude. First of all, let me tell you something. I don't white knight for anyone. First of all, I have my own woman, and I don't white knight even for my woman. But if I was going to white knight for someone, it would be my woman. But I don't even do that for her. I don't have to, because we mutually respect each other. So there's that. Okay. That's all. I mean, dude, we can keep going around in circles here all night. There's
no circles. It's pretty straightforward that when she told you no, you just went on to bash her.
No, I didn't bash her. I said, okay, well,
he didn't like it. I mean, if someone said that, my girlfriend didn't want me anymore and she was fat and overweight and I was forced into marriage, I would be offended. I mean, you wouldn't be offended?
No, dude, listen, my girlfriend has heard everything in similar ways from these people. I've heard the same thing. It's all part of YouTube. It's all part of being a public figure. Wait a minute. No, there you go again. But you were just crying and whining that people were bullying and harassing. But now you're saying, well, that's just a part of YouTube. I mean, which one is it? I mean, I think you're going to lose everything going forward, because now you're here on live saying, oh, well, that's just part of YouTube. You're excusing it. So in one instance, you call it bullying and harassing. And now you're saying, oh, well, that's just a part of YouTube. And that's just how it goes. No, dude, you're not understanding what I said earlier. Okay, a little trolling, no problem. Anyone that can't handle a little trolling should not be doing this. But it comes to a point of where people take it too far and they continue to antagonize and continue to do the same shit.
Yeah, you made 2 shows about her. Why didn't you just let it go? Like when she told you no, all you had to say was, you know what? Okay, I guess she didn't want to do it. Maybe I could reach out to her. You could have really handled it civilly. You didn't have to go for 2 lives talking about her. Now, call me a white knight or what have you, but if I'm her husband, I would be offended. I'd be like, damn, this guy's really digging into us, and you don't even know her, which is even
I
weirder.
understand that. Let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something. I actually have felt sorry for Christina. I still kind of do, and I don't know the full situation, but I've been around the block. I've talked to a lot of guys. I've talked to a lot of women, and there are, and I'm not trying to even talk about her husband anymore about this. There are a lot of beta males out here that are complacent, that maybe do the right thing.
Well, who gave you the license to talk about beta males?
You don't need a license to talk about beta. What license do you need, bro? I'm stating.
Oh, so you're cool with the bullying and harassment. You like to do it. You just don't like it when it's done to you. I'm not bullying anybody.
I'm stating.
Well, you're calling people betas, and that's disrespectful.
No, listen. I'm stating an opinion that some men need to man up and be more masculine. It's not about being
But you're not
arrogant.
even that.
No,
You're
listen,
not
dude.
even that.
No, dude, it's not about being arrogant or being a big fucking pussy. If you're a big fucking pussy, it's just as bad as being arrogant. Okay? You got to be a well-rounded, well-grounded man. Little cocky, playful, funny, have some fun with your lady, bust her chops a little bit, have fun and kiss, make up, whatever, and it's all good, right? Got to be playful. Love is playful and fun, bro. It's not like overly serious and stuff. It can be serious at times when it needs to be, but it's supposed to be playful and fun and romantic and all that, dude.
I mean, okay, even if you say that, I mean, I don't believe it coming from you. I don't think you know the first thing about that. But what was alpha about?
I've got a
Christina?
2.5-year girlfriend. I've been living with her for over a year, and I don't know the first thing about that,
I
bro.
wouldn't brag about that from what I've seen, homie. I wouldn't brag about it.
Listen, bro, you want to trash talk my woman? Do what you got to do.
I didn't trash talk. It's just you're trying to big up yourself, but you're
big up myself. I'm just responding to you. I have a woman.
No, but you're trying to say like you're claiming you're this alpha, and you're just big old, you know it all, and you're not. You're probably more beta than anybody.
I'm not saying I know it all. I'm just responding based on my experience.
I'm telling you my opinion. I think you're more beta than anybody, and how I know you're beta is because anybody that was alpha or secure themselves or had an actual channel with actual engagement wouldn't need to talk about somebody they didn't know.
There are lots of channels that, dude. There are lots, dude. You have not been around, dude.
That's what I told you. I mean, I obviously
dude,
not.
There are so many channels on YouTube that do reaction videos to women, to men, to people in general. This is the way the platform works, dude. You just don't know how it works. Okay, that's all.
And then, so if you're agreeing with that, you're saying that's just how it works. So then why do you have a problem with me? If that's how it works, because I'm what you're saying, that's just how it is. That's me. So why would you have a problem with me?
I don't have a problem with what you're saying. What I have a problem with is that you like to run your mouth anonymously. That's the problem.
That's the way it goes, man. That's just your own words.
Well, that's fine. That's
30 seconds ago. That's the way it is. That's the way it goes. Why can't you take it?
No, I can take it. I accept it, bro. There are so many people out here that are anonymous running their mouths, and I don't value anything they say. I came out here because this was involving Christina and all that, and I just felt like responding to it. I felt like talking about it and using it for example purposes and actually confronting one of these no names out here like you. That's what I felt like doing. That's all. I can tell you this right now. I will share this out to my community. Number one, that's going to help Christina get more views. And whether she cares or not, no big deal. I still want to help. Number two, when the guys and the gals in my community hear this, then let's wait to see how they respond. Okay? And then you can sit there and try to pass judgment if you want, dude. It's all good. No big deal. Okay? That's all.
Well, there's no passing judgments. You did what you did. You talked a lot of shit about Christina, and I just had an opinion about it. I said, this guy seems like a weasel. He sounds like he was just talking shit, saying that her husband really didn't want her and he was forced into the marriage. I mean, to me, from my opinion, that's like somebody talking shit. Okay, like, that's not an opinion. It sounds like somebody upset because she didn't want to do a live with him.
Let me tell you something.
Like a bitter person.
Let me tell you what I respect about Christina. Christina is an old school, traditional type of woman living in a world of modern day feminism and radical feminism. So it's like I can tell she's torn. She's trying to do the right thing. I believe that. But she's torn between, okay, so I'm a traditional tradcon. You know what tradcon is, right? Traditional conservative, right? She's like a tradcon wife, right? And maybe she's realizing that she's worth more than that and she wants more, right? Is that a problem? No. Okay. And so what I noticed was some unhappiness. And she's trying to work it out for the better good of her vows and, how she was raised by her family. And I can understand that. But at the same time, I don't feel that anyone should be trapped into something that is not serving them or making them happy. Okay. Just to protect your vows and stuff. That's all. Like, I think everyone deserves, I feel everyone deserves to be happy. Right. Okay. I'm listening to her and I'm like, okay, she's not a bad person. And she's she's traditional, which really doesn't exist anymore. Like my woman Dawn, she's got a lot of traditional values, but she's also very independent too. And trust me, she states her independence. And I say, baby, I love you and I respect you and I respect your independence, but we're a team, right? I tell my lady, look, I'm no better than you. You're no better than me. There are some things you're better at than I am, and there are some things that I'm better at than you do. And together we balance each other out and we make a great fucking team. We are teammates, right? And sometimes, women get emotional. They respond to everything emotionally based on how they're feeling in the present moment. That's just the way it goes. That's how they're biologically made to be, right? So sometimes she has her moments, and I just tell her, baby, look, I'm not in competition with you. I say, baby, why in the world would I compete with the woman I live with and love? Like, you're my teammate. We're playing on the same fucking baseball team or whatever you want to call it, right? That's how it goes, dude. That's all I'm trying to preach is happiness and peace and unity and love, right? And a lot of people nowadays are trying to make it about, oh, the man is better or the woman's better. This, it's an equal thing, man. It should be an equal thing. It should be as equal as possible. And we both have our strengths and our weaknesses. And together we make a great team. That's it.
And I don't know, maybe that helps for your audience and your channel. Mm-hmm. But from my opinion, when I watched the way you talked about Christina and her relationship, it was very offensive. I could see that people would be offended, and she was offended, and you don't address that. Okay. You say no. You don't ever acknowledge that she was offended. And
I did acknowledge that. I just said that here tonight many times, but you keep coming back to it. I said
because
that
you don't think it's wrong. That's the whole point.
I'm not saying whether it's wrong or right. So I'm not saying whether it's wrong or right. What I'm saying is that we have opinions. We all have opinions, and some of our opinions may offend some people, right? And sometimes the truth triggers and upsets people. And I'm not trying to trigger anyone. What I'm trying to do is be real with people and say, look, I don't think you're a bad person. You're saying this, and you sound like you're hurting deep within. It sounds like you're not happy, but at the same time, you're trying to kind of come off like you are happy. And it's like, which one is it, right?
That could be okay if you're her friend or you're a part of the chat or things like that. But if you do a whole entirely separate video, which you accuse other people of doing about you, and then it just looks like I forget the word. Geez, it looks like it's just being disingenuous, and you're doing it for content, for clicks and views, and that's the opinion that people have of you.
Okay,
that you don't really mean it, and you're not genuine.
Let me respond to you about that. I'll be honest with you. Okay, number one, I love what I do. I believe in myself. I did a lot of personal development on myself over the last 20 years. I've been to Tony Robbins. I've seen many famous speakers and personal development people in the real world. And I've done a lot of self-help on myself. I've done a lot of public speaking and helped other people in the real world when I was selling insurance before I sold my book of business 3 years ago. I'm still licensed. I just don't sell. Okay. And to the people out there that are, sitting there and talking about my money and this and that, I did well in insurance. I sold my book. I reinvested my money. And now I'm investing into this business that I want to work. Okay. So that's that, man. That's me. That's who I am. You can't believe everything that you hear on the internet. And, just because you don't like what I'm saying doesn't mean I'm not being truthful. Okay.
You're not truthful because you don't know what is going on with Christina and her husband. You don't know. I
don't know exactly what's going on. I stated opinions, dude.
Exactly, but you were saying you said that you were using your intuition. You were inferring. Okay. You were trying to use what she said, and then you inferred that, oh, he must be younger. Oh, she must have got fat. Now all that is very offensive. It's just like when you got mad, I called you a Keebler elf. You were upset, and I know that because you specifically used that. You were upset. You were triggered. So how would she not be triggered?
I didn't get triggered. I laughed at it, dude, because her and I have heard everything out here. Nothing bothers us regarding that. What bothers us is when the same people continuously not only put out stupid, shitty videos, the same ones over and over again, they stalk us wherever we go, and then come to people like you and Christina and say, hey, I've known Eli for 6 years. Here's a video of him attacking the disabled. Here's a video of him doing this. Here's a video of him doing that. There's nobody that does that besides Jamie. No one does that. This guy deliberately has it set out to try to destroy me. He's been trying to do this for 6 years.
Eli, all that could be true, but
it is
again,
true.
I think, okay, let me say this, Eli. All that could be true. Mm-hmm. And I don't know you, I know what, but from what I seen, the way you talked about Christina, it was super cringe. It was offensive, and you look just as disingenuous. And
that's your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. It's just based on everything else. So when I see people make fun of you, when I see all these videos, it confirms that you are that guy.
In your eyes, it does. But in others, it doesn't.
This is hundreds. This is thousands of people. That's the thing you seem to miss. Is like, how does this go over your head? That how can one person create this many enemies?
Listen, dude, I got paid members on my channel that watch my members only content. I have 40 to 50 people that come on my live streams. So I got enough people to run my channel, and I'm building that from that point on. I do have a lot of haters, and I have a lot of haters because
that's the concerning thing is how is a life coach, right? Or you're a self-proclaimed life coach, because nobody believes you are.
Every life coach is self-proclaimed, dude. There's no regulation for
it. Well, again, self-proclaimed life coach, because you're not a life coach. You just said there's nothing that could even confirm you are.
No, dude, it's an unregulated industry. Everybody that's a life coach,
there's no such thing about it. There's no such thing as a life coach. I can call myself a firefighter.
You can call yourself a life coach if you want, bro.
Well, again, a self-proclaimed life coach, guru, whatever you want to profess that you are, that you help people. But I've never come across somebody that helped people you weren't even being critical. You were just inferring, and you were saying reckless things that people would be offended by.
Reckless things, dude. Relationships.
Well, you don't know if her husband is younger. Do you know that her husband is younger?
She said that. She's the one that said that. Yes, you're not paying attention, dude. You're reaching.
How much did she say? How much younger?
She said
or was a little bit younger?
He's 33. She can confirm that right now. She said
I could have swore you said that you were inferring, using intuition.
Ask her, bro. Ask her before you go on.
And then you said that you inferred that she got fat and he lost attraction.
I didn't say that. No.
Yes, you did. You said that he lost attraction or something like that.
I did say that. Let me tell you. I said there are cases where sometimes, hey, one or both sides may gain some weight, and there may be a loss of physical attraction. What Christina said was that when she first met him, she got with him because of his looks. She said that. It was superficial. That's pretty superficial. And okay, most people are like that, so I'm not going to hold that against her, right? But when you get with someone, in my opinion, when you get with someone based just on looks in the beginning and you don't know them that well, okay, it may not pan out. Maybe you weren't meant to be together. For me, it's a combination of looks and personality, okay? And for me, I'm not going to commit to someone, I'm not even going to sleep with someone unless I like who they are as a person and I am attracted to them physically too. It works both. Everything has to be there. But a lot of people in certain situations will get with someone, oh, he's a hot dude, I'm single, it's been a while, I'm horny, whatever, I want to bang, I'm going to hook up, right? And then shit just happens, right? Shit happens, and then you end up realizing
and you're inferring that was the case, and you don't know that for sure.
I don't know if it was. I stated an opinion.
But that's what I'm saying.
You understand that?
Yeah, and people could take that as offensive. If
they get offended, then I'm sorry, but that's my opinion. They can state theirs about mine. About me, I mean.
But that's the whole point. If obviously you don't listen to yourself, and you piss a lot of people off. Bro. Well, no,
I piss a lot of people off because I state the facts and I'm real.
No, because
I show my name and my face.
It's just talking shit.
Talking shit, dude.
Yeah, because she told you no, you felt rejected, and it all lines up. You try to infiltrate communities. That's what they accuse you of. You get clowned everywhere you go.
Okay, who's accusing me of that, Jamie? Let's be real. Who gave you this info,
I have
bro?
no idea. I just seen different various clips. and
Of-
people were commenting on you and
Mhm.
how you treat Dawn. I guess you made her cry on Christmas. You're very
I didn't make
disgusting
her cry.
behavior. No, I'm just telling you the videos that I've seen. So you don't accuse me of harassing you. I'm telling you these are things that I've seen, right? So I'm watching this, and
Listen, bro.
it's you,
Let me explain something to you.
and
I'm
you
a very
disrespect her.
okay. Listen
And
to me. Let me tell you something, bro. Spawn. Okay. I love people in general. I don't hate women. I have a woman. Okay. But here's the thing. I'm not going to kiss anyone's ass, male or female. Okay. And the bottom line is this. There are times when women do things that are out of line. And as a man, you got to call them out respectfully, but you got to call them out and not be a big fucking pussy. Okay. It's not about yelling at your woman. It's not about being abusive. It's about saying, babe, you're being ridiculous. Why? Because you are. Because you are. And here's the thing. What women do, they shit test men to see how strong they are and see how far they can pull your fucking chain. If they can jerk your chain and you don't stand up for yourself, then they lose respect for you, fall out of love with you, lose attraction for you, and then they're gone. That's what causes divorce. That's what probably happened to Roy. I'm assuming that, but that's what happens, dude. Look, it's about mutual respect. And if you're a big fucking pussy as a man, and your woman tests your strength by doing something stupid and you don't call her out on it respectfully, then it's not going to work, dude.
but you don't even know Christina, because that's what you said. You said
I'm
she was
talking
shit testing you.
I'm talking in general. I'm talking
Well,
in
what
general,
kind of
bro.
twisted, weird way of that is thinking? Being
Dude.
shit test and you're a pussy. I mean, what kind of life coach talks like that?
Dude,
I've never heard of a life coach
many.
talk like that.
Go look at Coach Corey
Eli,
Wayne, 500K subscribers.
what you're saying is totally wrong. I don't even know what you're talking about.
What do
And
mean,
you owe me
Christina?
an apology for your piss poor behavior, because the way that you have been behaving is not okay with me, and you shouldn't be treating women like that. Making
Christina,
all these assumptions.
listen to me. I'll come out and say this. If I offended you with my opinions, I'll apologize to you. But that wasn't my intention to do so. Okay? And here's the thing. I feel for you because you're a good person. It sounds like you came from a good family. You were raised right with traditional morals, values, and ethics, which are hard to come by nowadays. Okay? But at the same time, somebody like you, it's real easy for men to step all over someone like you because you're so traditional. You're overly nice to the point of where people will take advantage of you. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, that happens.
It happens, right? And so I sense that because I came from a traditional family. Fortunately, my parents were great and happily married till my dad passed away 15 years ago. And my mom never remarried out of respect for my dad. My mom's still around, and she just loves my dad even though he's not around anymore. Very respectful to that. So I understand the traditional stuff. Okay, but nowadays you got a lot of men out here on YouTube and the internet and in the world, like they want women to be a fucking slave. They want the tradcon woman, and they want her, when they feel, they want her, and then other times they just want to toss her off to the side, and that's not cool, right? So that's the kind of thing that got to me about you, Christina, is that you're a very nice person. I used to be. I'm not saying I'm not nice still. I'm a nice person, but I don't put up with shit. I don't put up with shit. You fuck with me, I'll fuck with you. I'm not going to attack you. I'm not going to harm you physically or anything. But if you come at me, I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. And I'm going to set things straight. And that's how I am. There's nothing wrong with that. It's called standing up for yourself. It's called having balls, right? Which most men don't have balls nowadays. They don't. And that's what fucks this world up. That's what causes divorce. That's what makes women cheat. That's what makes women lose respect for men and fall out of love with them, right? That's what causes all this shit. I've lived life. I've followed other coaches. I've done personal development. Go watch Coach Corey Wayne. If you haven't heard of Coach Corey Wayne, he has 500,000 subscribers, been on YouTube for over 15 years, says the same shit I do. Exactly. You guys just haven't done your...
Coach Eli, if you're a coach, then I proclaim to be a coach right now. I'm a life coach, and I'm gonna
yeah,
give
you should
coaching.
be.
You need to self-reflect You need to own up to everything that you've done so far. Take ownership of your life.
I have,
Okay?
Christina.
Tell yourself, I did it. It's time for me to move on. I'm going to be a better person from here on out.
I've never been a bad person.
Myself, and I'm going to be true to others. That
Christina,
is my advice to
I
you.
always live.
From coach to another coach.
Well, Christina, here's the thing. That's how I've always lived my life. Exactly what you said is how I am. But maybe you're not interpreting it that way. Maybe you're not seeing it that way. Maybe, and I'm saying this respectfully, Christina, maybe it's a generational difference, the generation gap between millennials and I'm Gen X, and we were raised differently, right? So I'm not being critical. I'm not criticizing you for that. I'm just saying that I think between Gen X and millennials, Gen Y, okay, Gen Y millennials and Gen X, the previous generation, myself, that's the biggest generation gap we've ever had. And that's what I also feel is causing a lot of problems nowadays. Okay, is we're very far apart in the way we were raised and what we believe in. So it's not that I'm trying to disrespect you and not be the way you said that you would want me to be. I've always been that way because that's the kind of person I am. That's how I was raised by my family. My family came here from Greece with nothing and busted ass, and we all built something together. Okay. And I was raised with traditional morals, values, and ethics. My dad, when I would fuck up, he would pull out the belt. He would whoop my fucking ass. Same with my brother. Now, he didn't do it to hurt us, to kill us or anything. He loved us, but he taught us discipline. Nowadays, you say something wrong to your kid, you go to jail for child abuse. Fuck that shit. The entitlement is fucking real. That's the problem with this generation difference here, right? I'm not fucking entitled. I learned the hard way. I came from the school of hard knocks, right? That's what happened. That's why I am the way I am. And that's why the people that are attacking me primarily are the majority of the millennial generation, because you were raised differently. That's just the way it is, right?
Coach,
is that a fair? What's that?
Do you think that you are a genuine person? Do you think you're
Absolutely.
genuine?
Absolutely. I try to be
everything that you say, you believe in yourself.
I always believe in myself. Am I perfect, Christina? No, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, right? And sometimes we may come off a little differently than we intended to, even myself. But my intentions are always pure to help people, okay? Sometimes things get misinterpreted. Sometimes what I feel is genuine may not be genuine to you, right? It can be interpreted differently by different people, different generations, and all that, right? So it's not that I'm not trying to be nice or be genuine or anything. I think we have a huge generation gap between Gen X and the Gen Y millennials.
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it has to do with character.
Well, characters
between you and I do things the right way. I don't regret anything. I treat people with respect. I don't make fun of any disabled people. I don't make fun of anyone. I treat everyone the way I want to be treated. And I stick up for other people. The most vulnerable people, I stick up for them. I don't let anyone talk shit. I will be the first one to defend them.
Yeah, I understand that. I get it, but see, people need to learn to stand up for themselves. The problem I see on YouTube is a lot of people are defended by third parties, and I'm a sole person. I'm a lone ranger. Okay, the only person I will defend when it comes to this YouTube stuff, like, you know, will be my woman. Now, I might make a statement or a comment like, I don't like how Roy treated you. That was my opinion. It wasn't like I was trying to necessarily defend you or anything. It was basically saying that, you know, that's just not right how Roy handled that. I wouldn't handle it that way. It's not right. Right. But the thing is, a lot of people come out here on YouTube. They come to my live stream chats and they're like saying, stop talking about this person. I'm like, well, what are you, a third party mediator? Are you an attorney? Are you their representative? And do they not have the balls to come here and stand up for themselves? This is the problem, man. This is the problem nowadays. People get third parties to do their dirty work for them. That's bullshit. It is. Don't you think?
That's other people. Like this is
I
about.
understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Teddy. I just want to get my
Oh
point
no,
across. Coach
yeah,
Eli,
talk to me.
I just want to let you know that I know you don't know me very well, but I'm not the type of person that goes and, yeah, I look at things that you have done in the past. I make my judgment on that, but at the same time, I give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm not here to push you down. I'm here to have an actual civil conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And that was never my intention. I was all up for having a video with you, and I thought we were gonna have to talk about real topics and bounce back and forth. But I mean, I still feel the same way. But it's just like I want you to know that not everyone is out to get you. Like, there's people that are really genuine, and they don't want to attack you in that way, even though other people have from before.
I know that. I appreciate that. But I'll say this too, Christina. I'm very intuitive, and I pick up on the most subtle things. And when I first heard you start talking, and you kept talking, what really caught my attention about you was the fact that I was a lot like you in my younger days. I was too nice. I think you're too nice, Christina. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. That doesn't make you a bad person. What it does is it puts you in the line of fire for people to take advantage of you and hurt you. And I'm sure you've been so nice to so many people and they fucked you over, right?
For sure.
Yeah. And so for me, my passion, when I see certain people that have been through similar things I've been through in the past that hurt me, that affected me, and I see them, still in that position and people are taking advantage of them, that's what gets me to come in, right? And so when you were on Roy's channel and I'm hearing this conversation here, and Roy is just being overpowering. He's not being really a host. He's being like a ringleader. He's being like a bull. And you even said it yourself. Like, Roy came at you like a raging bull, and you're sitting there all calm and shit. And I'm like, man, if that was my girlfriend Dawn and Roy was coming at her, Dawn would have fucking been livid, right? Most women would have been livid, and I wouldn't blame them, because no woman deserves that. No woman deserves that. Nobody, not even a man, deserves to be, treated the way Roy came at you, right? If Roy came at me in that way, that would have pissed me. I would have left. I would be out. I'm like, look, go ahead.
I like to be respectful to others, especially if I'm going to his show. And even if he was coming on mine, I respect all the panelists. I don't want them to feel any type of way and then come on again. That's not how I run things.
No, you are respectful. The bottom line is you can't be a doormat either, Christina. You can't let people walk all over you. Like, I've had people walk all over me. Like, in my younger days, people walked all over me. I sat there, I was really nice, and my mom would say, "You're being too nice. You're being too nice." My dad would say, "You're being too nice. Be a good person, but don't let people walk all over you." And I would fight it. And I still kept doing shit for people that kept taking advantage of me until the point of where I got into my mid-20s. Between my mid-20s and late 20s, I'm like, fuck this. My parents are right. I should have listened to them. The problem is we don't listen to our parents until it's too late, And once I finally started listening to everything my parents tried to teach me later on in life, it changed my life. I started standing up for myself, and I wouldn't get bullied. Now, the stuff on YouTube, you can't control what people do on the internet, like in the real world. So you have to kind of tolerate some stuff, but I still stand up to the bullies on the internet too. I don't put up with that stuff. I don't put up with it, and you shouldn't either. So that's it. That's what caught my attention about you being on Roy's show. And that's, what hit a soft spot with me was the fact that, yeah, I was too nice myself too. Same thing with my girlfriend,
But
Dawn.
I do stick up for myself.
Huh?
I do stick up for myself, Eli. If you saw the lives from before, I stuck up myself. I'm mainly in the chat, though. I'm not on the panels on DJ Shem. So what were you saying about Dawn?
Well, I was going to say, Dawn, same thing. She used to be too nice in her younger days. People walked all over her. And she said, fuck it, I'm not going to let people walk all over me. I'm still going to be good to people. I'm not going to be mean to people. But, you know, if somebody fucks with me, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. I'm going to stand up for myself and not be a doormat. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's all. That's the thing that caught my attention about you on Roy's show. And then I heard your story and I'm like, oh man, this woman's too nice. She's like, it's not a bad thing. You're a good person. You're a good person and you mean well. I just, you know, I just saw Roy walk all over you and it's like, okay, I'm thinking if Roy's walking all over her, who else is walking all over her? And I felt bad. I genuinely felt bad. And that's why I was sharing my opinion. And maybe because I've been through it, that's where my passion came to speak further on it. I know you didn't ask for help or anything, but I was just doing a reaction, giving my opinions. But at the same time, I do care. I care about people. I care about their well-being. Yes, I do want to make money, and I'm making some money doing this, and then eventually I hope to make more. If not, I'll do something else. But, you know, this is what I enjoy doing beyond the money. The best way to make money is enjoying what you do. And if you don't like what you do, you're not going to be able to sustain it long enough. You know, you're not going to want to do it, right? That's why people change jobs all the time. You know, they don't like what they're doing. You know, do you really enjoy doing Uber? I mean, I'm sure you don't hate it, but I'm sure you would rather do something, you know, something that fulfills you more, right?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I love doing Uber Eats. It's made me a lot of money. I've made $50 tips at one ride. I mean, I gauge it to where I make so much an hour. And my husband works as well, so we have two incomes. And
Okay.
It's something that I really enjoy doing. I love to drive. Like, I'd rather have this job and not have a boss breathing over me than it just fits me in every way. It fits my schedule. I have freedom. And I've been doing it for over 6 years.
No, I agree. I understand where you're coming from. You know, I did it for 3.5 months because I needed some extra money back in those days when Don was moving in, and you know, it's expensive out here in the Bay Area, so I needed some extra money. I did it for 3.5 months. I did Uber and DoorDash, and I did all right because I knew not to take the shitty no tip orders and stuff like that, you know. And out here in the Bay Area, if you take any order that's less than $3 per mile, so meaning that, you know, if you have an order that's 3 miles, you need to make it needs to be at least a $9 order to take it, you know, or else it's not profitable. You got to look at, okay, you got wear and tear on your car, you got gas. Here in the Bay Area, gas is now almost $6 a gallon. It was almost $5 a gallon when I was doing it last year for a little bit. You've got, you know, oil changes, you've got tires, you've got, you know, other maintenance on your car, brakes wear down, you know, and you get really, when you do door dashing, if you're not doing much freeway driving, if you're in the city, you're getting shitty gas mileage unless you have a hybrid or an electric car. And so, yeah, I've talked about this too. It's like, for me, that's not a sustainable business model long term. I'm not criticizing you, and I'm saying I'm glad you made money and you enjoy it, but all I'm saying is that I think people are better than that, including you. And what if you were to do coaching out here and you grew a channel to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K subs, and now you're making $100,000 a year, which is probably twice what you're making doing Uber. And you're not, you know, wearing down your car and all that crap, right? That's all I'm saying, is that those are the types of things that I like to help people out with. I like to share my experiences, you know, on what I've been through. I will tell you this, you know, if I kept on doing DoorDash and Uber, I would have worn down my car. I would have destroyed my car. Have you had issues with your car? Go ahead.
No, because when you have a vehicle that you own and you have like one or two that you completely own, you don't owe anything, then you're not really worried about it. So you got to kind of understand that you're going to have wear and tear, and then you just buy another vehicle. I mean, it's very easy to do. And all these things that you're talking about are deductible. So I get a lot back on that.
Yeah, and
So
you're
I'm
also
good.
married. You're also married, filing jointly as well. Too.
Jointly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Christina, I get that. I understand, between you and your husband's income, you file jointly and you get all these tax breaks. Plus you have kids and they're deductible too. Most single people, or all single people, we pay the most taxes. It for a single person doing DoorDash and Uber, it's, unless you're getting $3-4 a mile, you're not going to be profitable. And again, your car is going to wear down and break down. Even new cars, you can wear them down to the ground in a couple years, needing new brakes and all that stuff. And that costs you thousands right there, And there goes
But
your.
I'm not.
Huh?
But I'm not worried about any of that. I know what happens. I'm not worried. I could just buy another vehicle. It's not a big deal for me at all.
But
I've
that's
been
gonna,
doing this.
I understand that, but again, buy another vehicle, like, isn't that going to take all the profit you made for that month, or not for the
Not
month,
at all.
for the year? Well,
You buy a vehicle that's used from off of somebody. You run it to the ground, and then you just buy another one. I have two vehicles right now.
So you're like Torp. You probably heard of Torp. You probably have a beater, and you probably know someone that can repair your car very cheaply. Okay.
I do the repairs myself sometimes.
Okay, so
I'm good.
And that's and you know what? That's a great thing that you have that luxury that most people don't. Most people don't know how to work on their own cars, and most people don't look at buying an extra beater for doing this. So, I mean, you've done your research, and you're fortunate to be able to do the repairs on your own cheaply, and you're able to remain profitable. But for the average everyday person, doing this long term is going to cost you more than you make. So I'm glad. Hey, you know what? I'm glad you found something that works. Yeah.
I've made $40K in a year.
Yeah.
And I do close to that every year, and that's not including my husband's income. So that's almost 80, 90K a year.
Yeah. No, that's a good amount of money for doing food delivery. That's a good amount of money. That's not too bad at all. And especially, you're not in California, so your money's going a lot further than mine is. So
yeah, it's super cheap over here. Really cheap.
Yeah, your gas is probably $3 a gallon, if that. Actually,
yeah, that's what it is right now.
Yeah, we just hit $6 a gallon here in California. So it's a whole new world out here, and I've lived out here all my life. I've been through all the changes, so I'm kind of used to it. But no, I understand where you're coming from. I understand you a lot better now. My intentions were to never hurt your feelings or anything like that. That's not the kind of person I am. I care about people, and when I hear people that I feel are similar to ways I used to be, such as too nice, and when I was too nice, I knew I was being stepped on. I know it happens to people that are too nice, and that's the thing. I don't think you're a bad person. I've heard what you said. I know you've kind of toggled with saying certain things or not, and then you end up letting a little more out. And I listened very carefully, and I'm like, come on, Christina, what's going on here? I mean, if you want to turn it around, or if you obviously people that are talking about things on the internet, sharing their stories like that, they're curious to get opinions on what's gonna make things better. I mean, why would anyone talk about something that they don't want an opinion on? Is it just to vent, or? Yeah.
No, it's not to vent. It's because my channel is literally all about relationships. So in order to do that, I do have to share some personal experience. Not like I don't have to provide everything, but for the most part, I need everyone to understand my situation, to create awareness for other people to what they should avoid, so they don't have to deal with heartbreak, so they can look for the signs.
There you go.
This is to help other people. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not here to like trick people or make up a story. These are all real things that I'm saying.
Yeah, based on
your... want to pick it out, and if they want to pick it out and make me look bad or whatever they want to do, so be it. But I know the truth, and I'm just trying to express myself. Again, provide awareness for other people. That's it.
Right. And I commend you for that. And that's exactly what I saw in you when I heard you on Roy. I heard you, and that's a good thing. You are helping people based on your personal past experiences. And in order to gain credibility, you got to be vulnerable and share your shit. Right. That's exactly what I do. That's what Don and I do, and do we get a lot of scrutiny for it? You bet your bottom dollar. Christina, listen, look, again, if I offended you in any way, I'll apologize. It wasn't my intention to do so. But, the way that I responded to you is tame compared to how other people are going to come at you. You do know people are going to come at you if you remain on this platform, and they're going to come at you hard. They're going to come at you.
It comes with the territory. YouTube is not for the weak, and I'm perfectly okay with it. And you know what?
Yeah.
I if anyone wants to, I'm not the same like what you do. If anyone wants to rebroadcast, I could fucking care less. They can do literally whatever they want, and I wouldn't even give a fuck. I really don't, because they're sharing my channel, and what they're doing is helping me out, because they're only bringing more eyes to my channel, and I don't care if they have views on their channel. You know what I mean? It doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
I know you think differently, but I don't think like that. I don't have time to go around looking to see who rebroadcasts. It's too much.
I understand that, but here's my opinion on that. Okay, if you were, I'm sure you want to get to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours to get monetized. I'm sure, and you should go for that. And I think you could easily get there, if you continue staying focused on it. In my opinion, that's how I did it many years ago. But here's the thing, once you get monetized, if people are rebroadcasting you, let's say they're doing it to a group of haters or something that would have normally come to your channel to view your stream, you're losing ad revenue. You're losing money on that. And the thing is, look, I'm not trying to be angry or bitter. I wouldn't really care if somebody rebroadcasted me every now and then. But when you have a guy like Jamie that's been rebroadcasting me all the time for 6 years, and the guy's made over $200,000 on my name. If someone made over $200,000 on your name over 6 years and took money out of your pocket, I'm sure that would piss you off, wouldn't it?
I mean, is he getting donations for his own channel? Then it wouldn't bother me. That's
well, he gets a lot of donations fully rebroadcasting my streams to people that would have otherwise come to watch my stream, whether they like me or not. See, whether people like you or not, some people will watch people they don't like. And, if some people that don't like you have another option to watch a rebroadcast of where somebody's trash talking you, then, you lose money off that. And also it affects, especially if they're trash talking you and making shit up. Like, look, I'm not saying that everything Jamie said about me, isn't true, but most of it isn't true. Some of it's true, but most of it isn't. It's been amped up and played up for entertainment and cringy lolcow content, to that audience, right? They like to call it lolcow content, right? Okay. And so at this point, it's not affecting you, but at some point, if you make this a serious business, which I think you can, I think you're more than capable. I think you'd make a great coach. I think you could help people, at some point, you're going to want to grab it by the horns, especially if you stop doing Uber. If you replace your income doing this, the sky's the limit. Like, no disrespect about Uber, but you are limited to what you can make there. Like, you can work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, And because all the markets are saturated, saturated for Uber and DoorDash, you know how it goes. You've done it longer than I did. I did it for a short while and I figured out the system. There's a limited amount you can make. Like, you can make way more than 40K doing this eventually. But if other people eventually come in and start stealing your content and reusing it, and then trashing it, it's going to affect your revenue.
And look, I just want to interject because you have to understand, Eli. I'm not going to call you Coach Eli.
That's fine, bro. I don't care.
As you can see, I've let you speak. You and Christina talk, and that was and so you can't call me a hater or a bait anymore because, I've given you what you wanted. You know what I'm saying? Like a hater would have been like, nah, fuck that, and shut the fuck up. As you can see, you're dealing with different people here, at least as far as myself. But all I just want to ask you is, why couldn't you have done this from the beginning? You could have avoided all this shit that you cry about. You could have did this from the very beginning. Why didn't you do that?
Because I didn't come here to talk to Christina initially. I came here to talk to you. Now,
that's the entire point. You could have avoided all this just talking to her.
Well, she wanted to talk, and so she started talking, and I started to respond. I was respecting her wishes. I didn't come here to talk to her. I came here to talk to you.
But again, you have to understand, that's the entire point, is hopefully you get this. You see how you were just talking to her? You guys are talking. You could have literally did this from the beginning. You didn't have to do the underhanded things that you did, and people would take the wrong way. And that's why they say the things they say about you, because you could have easily did this from the very beginning. So I'm just like, do you not see how that wasn't a possibility and was probably the best thing to do?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, dude. But here's the thing. I don't feel the need to one-up anyone, including you. I'm not trying to one-up you or Christina or anyone. Honestly, I kind of feel like you're trying to one-up myself. It's just completely obvious to me that now you're having a dialogue, a discourse, and that was that's why I spoke to her. That's why I was talking to her, because I'm like, why didn't he just do that? Exactly what you're doing right now. How you and her talk for 15 minutes. I just shut the fuck up. I didn't say anything. Because if I was a hater, Eli, as you claim that people are, I would have not let that happen. I don't want to see that happen because I want to just keep bashing Eli. You wouldn't let that happen? It's not your channel, dude. It's not like
me and you were going back and forth. But once you established a dialogue, I stood back, and because I want you to speak to her. I want her to speak to you. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand that, bro, but that has nothing to do with you. Like, my issue with you was separate than Christina's. You're trying to make it a group effort thing, and I don't work that way. I work by individuals.
But that's what I'm saying. If you and her, now that you and her have a dialogue and you've just been talking, why didn't you just do this from the beginning?
Because it wasn't the right time. There's a right time and a place for everything. It wasn't the right time in the beginning. Okay? First of all, I came here unannounced. Yes, it was an open panel. She didn't have to let me on. She let me on. I didn't want to come here and bombard the woman, especially after, what's been going on and how she's been feeling and everything that's been going on with the Jamie thing and her thoughts on my commentary and all that. I wanted to let her breathe. And you know what? Hey, she ended up popping in when she felt comfortable. And that's when we talked. That's the truth, bro. Listen, I don't barge in right away when there's a situation that you need to ease into. It's about easing into when the time is right. I don't force myself into things. I came here to just say some things to you. I came here to say, hey, dude, you're a nameless and faceless person. I can't respect someone that's like that. Now, you're being civil now. I can respect the fact that you're being civil, and that's cool. I appreciate you being civil, but the fact that you're anonymous, I mean, that for me, it's still hard to respect anyone that's anonymous on the internet. I'm talking to someone, I don't know their name, I don't know their face. This is not the way the world used to be. Before the internet, you couldn't be anonymous, you would talk to people in person, and if you talked to people on the phone, you knew their number, you knew who they were. There was no hiding in plain sight. This internet's made everything like anonymous, man. I'm old school, bro. I come from the days.
I can't talk about that time and place. I just was hoping you would see, because I don't know, somehow you just kind of don't see things. I was hoping that you would see that, yeah, you know what? I could have just came and talked to Christina and we could have hashed this out before it even got this far and you had to make videos about her and say these things. You could have just spoke to her directly, just as it was supposed to happen. That's the thing that I'm trying to shed light on, is that, you know, you could have just did this easily without uh, making videos about her and keep talking and tagging people. And that's why it's like it's hard to um to uh to like you, because it's like, why did you have to do all that when it was this easy, as you see? And
Yeah,
people, I'm not against you, she's not against you, she let you on and she willing to speak to you. That's it, man. It was like it could have been this easy.
that's fine, man. I respect your opinions. That's great. You know, it happened when it was meant to happen. That's what I believe in. I don't force
Well, I
things.
think that just goes to show that, and yeah, Christina, you know, like you're doing the show and you put yourself out there. So yeah, people get used to this. This is YouTube. This is what it's about. You know, it's full contact and there's no crying. Um, you know, you just have to accept it. But if someone says they want to help me or help you, I don't. You know, they have to be genuine about it, and that just remains to be seen with Eli.
Well,
It's just you look bad.
in your eyes. I've been out here for over 6 years, and I've been on YouTube since it came out. But I've been doing the coaching thing for 6 years, even when I was still selling insurance back in those days, since 2017.
Well, I'm gonna help you, Eli. I'm gonna help you. And what I noticed, my opinion, my take on Eli, and hopefully he doesn't take it as harassment, is that if I were you, I would wonder why I have so many enemies. I really would. I couldn't do what you do because I couldn't take having so many enemies. And when I'm trying to do the right thing, you know, I would just speak to people. If I really wanted to help somebody, no, I'm telling you, if I were you, I'm giving you some advice, you know, because I'm a self-appointed life coach now, right? I'm your life coach, Eli. I am your life speaking to you.
You can give me your opinion. You can give me your opinion.
I wouldn't do this anymore.
You're not my life coach.
No, I know. I am your life coach. I'm your self-appointed life coach. You came to speak to me. You came searching answers from Teddy, because you know Teddy has the answers for Eli.
God.
Yes,
Jesus,
Teddy.
That's really
so
arrogant,
Eli,
bro.
I'm your conscience. You came here looking for answers from the oracle. I'm your oracle, Eli.
That's pretty arrogant, bro.
I'm helping you, Eli. You see how I did that? I led you to have a conversation with Christina. I had Christina have a conversation with you. This is all my doing. Because I'm him. Yeah, exactly, Eli. I'm him, and you know I'm him.
Wow, man.
You know who you're talking to.
I can't believe how arrogant you're coming off, bro.
Because you know who you're talking to, Eli. You know who I am. I'm him, Eli.
I have no idea.
And I led you to this point. So I'm trying to help you, Eli. I'm giving you some advice, Eli. This is all you had to do. It's so easy, Eli. You see how easy it could be.
Dude, enough.
You don't need to make it more difficult than it is, Eli. Because I'm really him.
Okay, dude. Like you're saying the same thing over and over again?
No, I'm your conscience, Eli. You called me out and I came. You see what I'm saying? You've been calling me out and I'm here. And I led you to where you need to be. So hopefully you've learned your lesson. Hopefully, you know, you don't badmouth people and you kind of just, you know, handle things better. And it looks like you're learning. Maybe you're learning. Maybe this is a learning experience for you.
Let me tell you, dude. I will not be publicly belittled by somebody anonymously. You're being very belittling right now.
I said you're learning. You learned. No, you learned. You listened to me. You had a conversation with Christina. You guys had a conversation. So you took my advice. I guided you to this.
I chose to have a conversation with her when she was ready to talk.
And it was very easy. She was ready from the beginning. It was just up to you,
for you to come here and to try to belittle me and take credit. I'm not buying that. You are.
I said I think you're finally learning. I think you had a moment of an awakening moment.
I am a grown-ass man, and I will not be belittled by some guy that I don't know exists. Okay?
Eli, I'm him. You called me out. That's why I'm here. You're doing.
I'm gonna answer one more question, then I gotta get going because it's late. I'm not gonna be on here for 5-6 hours. Okay?
No doubt.
The answer to your question is this: the reason why so many people hate me is primarily because of what Jamie's done for the last 6 years, and he hasn't just done it to me. I want you to, if you don't believe me, I don't care. You don't have to do your research, but if you're curious to really find out what happened, go hang
Eli.
around. I'm talking. Please do not interrupt me when I'm talking. You interrupt people, and that's rude. So let me
I'm
finish
not the
saying.
enemy.
I'm not saying you are, but you're interrupting me.
Christina's not the enemy, Eli.
I'm answering.
We're your friends, Eli.
Okay, dude, I'm gonna give you one more chance to let me finish my statement, or I'm just gonna leave. I'm leaving anyways, but I will leave if you interrupt me one more time. So what I'm saying is that go follow Jamie, go listen to what he says, what he does to people, how many people he's affected in the last 6 years, okay? And see what they do. That's primarily what put me in the position I'm in. I've been trying to escape that guy for years. So have many others, not just me. The reason why I get the grunt of it is because I'm the only one that's a life coach in that group. That's why he comes at me harder, and because I also have a big voice, and I have one of the larger channels in that group. So that's why they come at me harder. But it's not just me. Do your research, dude. Go check it out.
Okay, I will. Eli.
You're entitled to your you don't have to waste your time. And I'm just saying, if you're curious for your own sake.
I was trying to be your friend, Eli. I was trying to make amends and say we're friends now.
It's all good. We're good.
I'm trying to be friends with you, Eli. I'm trying to bridge so that we have an understanding, so we could be boys, so we could be friends, so I could subscribe to your channel.
We could be civil, man. It's all good, man.
We are being civil. I said we're boys now. Me and Eli are boys. But Eli, so now that we're boys, Eli, you're my boy. So Eli,
dude,
we're boys now, dude. We're boys because I gave you the time and the decency. You spoke and I spoke, and I didn't overtalk you. So now that we're boys, but Eli, I'm having trouble with this. Why are you directing me to your enemies?
Why am I directing you?
Yeah, because you're saying, because instead of you being my boy and say, hey, come check out Eli, we could be boys, you want me to go search out your enemies. Why would I want to do that?
Dude, you are so much like Jamie, it's ridiculous. The bottom line is you twist things. I'm not directing you to my enemies. You asked me a question, or you made a statement saying, how can someone that's, supposedly so nice and does good things have so many enemies? And I answered your question, and then you flipped it on me and said, instead of directing me to your enemies, why don't you direct me to your channel? If you want to go to my channel, go ahead. That's on you. I don't need to direct you to that. I'm not going to force people to go to my channel. That's on you. If you want to come to my channel, that's on you. I don't push people to it. But I was just answering what you were saying regarding why I have so many haters. And there's a reason for it. There's a reason for this. And if both you and Christina feel like it, you don't have to. Everyone's busy. You have your own things to do. But if you're just curious for shits and giggles, go hang around Jamie's area and see the people he follows, see what he does, not just to me, but to others. And he's been constantly doing it. Search the internet for Jamie. Search Lycan Legion, Lycan space Legion. There are so many channels and things made on him. If you guys are going to believe what he's putting out on me, why don't you go out there and see what's being put out on him? And
okay.
Let me say something here too.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have videos, and I know you know RJ Sandiford, Christina, and I don't hate RJ. I like RJ, but RJ's talked a lot of shit in the past, and it's all deleted. But guess what? Eli's got them all downloaded. If you folks, I don't want to do this. I don't have the time, but I have the videos. I can show you videos on every person that's come to me, that's come to you, and given you something on me, whether it's taken out of context or legitimate. Every one of them has done shit, and it's far worse than anything I've ever done. I don't want to do that. I'm just saying that's why I responded to you on that. Okay? A lot of these people out here on YouTube are very manipulative, and they're very, very conniving, and they do shady shit to get ahead. And they try to destroy others out here that would otherwise get ahead, so they can try to get ahead. That's what Jamie does. Bottom line, that's what he does.
I don't know I don't know who the guy is. I have no idea. I know Eli because I'm speaking to him, right? So I give you credit for that. I really will. That at least you came. I give you props for
Will he
that.
come? Will Jamie come and talk here?
I
Let's
don't
see.
care. That's the thing. That's the thing, Eli. I think the thing you're missing, at least for me, the way I think, I don't care about that, Eli. I care about you and why this happens to you. Do you understand what I'm saying? And and that's all I care about because I'm speaking to you. And I'm like, why does this shit keep happening to this guy?
And I'm telling you
That's
why. And
no,
you're not.
because you're directing me to your enemies. And I'm like, Eli, why would you do that? That's probably the last if I was doing what you were doing, the last thing I would do is direct people to my enemies unless I actually liked it. I got a kick out of it.
Yeah, but
It's
the
like
bottom
some
line
sick
is
masochistic thing.
you're questioning my integrity on things that you've seen, and I'm telling you, if you're gonna
No, I'm your
question my,
coach, Eli. I'm trying to help you.
all right, dude, I gotta get going. Christina, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, Coach, and for Coach Eli, for your time. I
Little
appreciate it.
Eli. Eli,
Thank you.
check it
All right,
out.
have a good
Eli,
one.
one last thing. Can I get something from Eli? I'm not gonna bash Eli after tonight. I mean, and here's the thing, Eli, and this just will prove Eli's character. We had a discussion. I don't need to bash the dude anymore. I was just talking with Christina. It looks like they have a conversation. So hope will Eli bash Teddy? Will he bash? Will he make comp continue to bash people? I don't know. We'll see. But I mean, I salute Eli. At least he came through, right? All right.
Yeah, we shall see what happens from here. Who knows?
That's the thing. That's the thing. Is like
Can
that's
only
what I always
guess.
say. If you have when you have something to hide, you won't address it. Like that's why I told Eli, come, come through. I'll talk to you. You know. So I don't need to bash the guy anymore. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, I
Seems
think
like
everything might be okay depending on what he says.
I mean, it seems like you guys had a conversation. You guys got some kind of understanding, I guess is what it's called, right?
Yes, but I'm like thinking about information, and I don't know if he was taking notes and what can become of this. Still a little weary about it.
Yeah, he didn't seem like he was. It didn't seem like he wanted to call it a day. Like, hey, I won't bash you. You don't bash me. Let's just agree to disagree and go our own ways. So, it seems like he still wants to continue it because he's gonna be on Dennis's show, and maybe that's what he wants to do. I don't know if that's his ultimate goal. But all I was trying to tell him, trying to get him to understand is that why didn't he just talk to you from the very beginning? That's what I asked you, Christine. I'm like, why didn't he just talk to you like how you guys just had a conversation?
I think he was worried that I was gonna say something bad to him, but I wasn't. Okay, bro.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yeah,
Hi,
let me just finish this. But that's my point, Christine. Is like, it was so easy. It was so easy. We didn't attack him. We let him speak. When he was speaking to you, I just, I just shut the fuck up. And you guys had a decent conversation. Like, you didn't back down. He didn't back down. But it's like,
I'm going to be honest with you.
Remember,
the minute that they start
we know
talking,
his
it came.
character.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but
no, go
it
ahead.
just seemed like
I'm done.
he became so
ahead.
fucking soft. He's so soft with you. But the minute he walked into the room with Teddy, it was you millennials this, hiding your face that, you a bitch. Like, I can't help but find it funny that the man comes in here heated and then starts trying to tell you guys that you're heated. Teddy, I'm going to give you this. Props 100%. You stayed cool the whole time. Christina, you did great letting those two talk it out. And then coming in the middle there, good shit, good shit. This was quality Kino content. I don't know why you guys are fighting, but it's good stuff.
I wasn't fighting with him. He tagged me. He had a problem that I had an opinion.
No, man was pressed.
Yeah, no, I mean, I had an opinion. I said, yeah, I got an opinion. And that's his whole argument of why he was saying what he had about Christina was an opinion. So it's like, okay, that's fine. Eli, have your opinions. But why are you mad at that then we have our opinions? It just seems hypocritical to me.
It is. It's as hypocritical as saying something like, you hide your faces, you're all anonymous on the internet. Man's hiding his hairline in his thumbnail. Like, just isn't fair.
Facts. and the
So,
other thing,
Gabriel,
go ahead.
do you think this was just all fake?
I mean, look, it's the internet. I can't call it kayfabe because it could be, it could not be. I don't know you guys. I don't even know what the fuck this drama's about. Half of it seems like DoorDash shit. I don't. Another half of it's like MGTOW incel shit. Like, I don't even know what the fuck's going on.
He made a reaction video about Christina. That's really what happened. And he did it for how many days? Christina 2, and then he tagged us again. That's how it happened. He made a reaction. Look, I'm an anonymous dude. Like he said, I'm just a random anonymous dude.
I feel you, dude. I'm hiding my face too out here. Like, fuck this dude.
Yeah, I don't need
to know
this.
where I live. Like,
I don't need this shit. Exactly, bro. I don't need this shit. It's entertainment. It really is entertaining to me. I don't need this shit.
One of the people said that you should do professional debating, and Teddy, I do agree with that. I can't keep my cool as well as you do. When people get me, I get a little heated, so it sounds it in my voice. But that man was trying so hard to get on your edge, and you just kept straight. And I have to say, that's good shit.
Oh yeah, man. I'm used to this. You know, it's the internet. It literally is the internet. So there's no. Like, I'm not getting upset about it, you know. I'm not putting anything out there to be upset about.
Real. All right. Well, I said my piece. You guys have a wonderful night. I'll catch you around.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriel. Bye. Hi, Tusu. I think that's the way you say your name.
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, thanks for having me. I have to say, I came in here not really knowing what was happening. It was kind of entertaining, but it sounded like there was some history behind. I didn't get the full picture, so I was just curious. Like, what exactly did he say that caused all this?
Christina's a massive whore. That's why.
He said a lot. I'm 300 pounds. He said I'm 300 pounds, and my husband's not attractive to me anymore.
He basically pitied married her. Mercy. She tricked him into marriage by getting pregnant. Yeah.
Interesting.
When he didn't really want to. She's a cougar.
None of that came out in the conversation that I heard. I heard something about DoorDash and I don't know what else. Sounded like a lot of empty rhetoric.
Here's the background. Eli has a community of haters.
Yeah,
that's why. Okay, so and that's why I asked him. Okay, you're a life coach, Eli. Like, I'm your friend. I'm trying to be cool with you. Why would you direct me to your haters? That doesn't make no sense to me. Am I the only one that thinks that's weird?
Wait, say it again. Who directed who to haters?
Eli has a community, like a whole channels dedicated to hating him. And I gave him that. I'm like, damn, dude, like, yes, there are people literally out to get you, to hate you. But when I was making amends with him, like trying to find an understanding, he got upset and he was trying to direct me to these people. Like, why would you send me to your enemies?
Yeah, I don't know. This all sounds weird. I'm not too hip on a lot of what's happening in YouTube, to be honest. I just like to, go to like real talks and stuff where they talk about conversations.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I thought that's what this was. So it kind of threw me off. Okay.
It is.
Yes,
it is. Christina has a
just got
show.
Stuck on that. Yeah, we just got stuck on that topic, but really,
Gotcha.
like this open chat is about any topic. It's just open.
That's awesome, because I did have a topic I was hoping to discuss. If,
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so in terms of relationships, well, let me preface this by saying we live in a time where we have what's called a loneliness epidemic, right? There's a lot of men who are single, lonely, right? Women to a lesser extent, but still impactful. And it's happened in other countries too. So I'm wondering if, given that situation, given that the last few years, especially since COVID, we've had an explosion of like online OnlyFans content where people seem to be replacing physical interaction relationships with online OnlyFans models and pornography and such. My question is, are we seeing? Well, actually, it's a two-part. The first part is, are we starting to see the death of traditional relationships in terms of the physical interactions we used to have, as opposed to the modern interactions, which is mostly online, right? Sort of digital relationships versus the analog relationships. So is there a change in relationships, right? The dynamic. That's the first question. Second question, though, is how much are people willing, or well, maybe I should say this way: are men and women not willing to tolerate as much as they used to, or compromise as much as they used to, and thus are happy with remaining single and just satisfying themselves with, like, again, OnlyFans and other stuff? So that's the two-part question.
Are people more lonelier?
Teddy, you want to go first, or you want me to go first?
Go ahead, Christina. You can handle it.
Okay. So for the first question, yes, there is a change. There's no more traditional values. We're losing that. The new generation, or even like people that are in their 40s, things are trying to be changed around to where it's nothing like back in the old days, or even when I was born in the 80s, like in the 80s. I do think go back to that, but I don't know how that can be fixed. And also for your second question, people are not willing to compromise when it comes to relationships, because like, if you don't do things my way, then I'm just going to be single. Like, if you can't do this for me, I would rather be single,
Yeah.
So that's the answer to that question. And this is the problem. That this is going to make, like you said, this is going to make people single, to where they just want to be single for many years. And that's not good.
Yeah, I mean, from my own perspective and experience, it seems like in the past, and I say this as sort of like what I meant by analog relationships, right, and analog connections, which is in person. In the past, our relationships tended to be with those whom we shared a community with, right? So we were friends with, or a family of friends, right, or a church, or there's somewhere someone may have hooked you up, right, or matched you up that you knew. It wasn't typical, though it did happen, but it wasn't typical for you to just say go on a random date with a stranger, or to move somewhere else and have a long distance relationship. It was much rarer. It seems like, and I could be wrong, but it seems like today we're losing that, right? We're losing that closer connection and starting to go to the digital relationship, where we start our relationships online and then we might meet up in person. Does that make sense? So I wonder if that's having sort of a detrimental effect on relationships as a whole.
Yes, it is, because people are looking at social media and they think that everything that's been being said on that is true, when in reality it's not true, because it's going off of what OnlyFans models say, and it just makes it look way worse than it is in real life. And then talking about women that they're just sluts or three-quarters, shall I say? So making it look really bad when there's actually a woman out there that does have traditional values. And I'm saying all of them. I'm saying there may be that is like that has views still.
Sure. And I think also when it comes to that, you mentioned OnlyFans example and online, content is so pervasive and so readily available, especially for young people. I think it really has warped their perspective as to what to expect in relationships, right? What to expect in intimacy. And a lot of times what they expect to occur is from that content, which is really warped. It's not realistic. And so when you have a glut of content available online, and most of it is, again, instant physical gratification and satisfaction, it's easier for men to let go of having to compromise and work in an actual real relationship. It's like, well, you know what? I got all this to satisfy me, to satisfy my physical needs. It seems that that's what's happening. I hope it's not, but it seems like it is. But I'm worried too that it'll get worse than that. We're going to see a glut of, as we accept more and more online content, such as OnlyFans, as more and more women are willing to sell themselves online, I'm worried that it's going to move then towards women literally selling themselves. Like, it's going to open up the door to essentially almost like a new commodity. Whereas, there's been prostitution in the past, obviously, but I'm worried that it's going to become so normalized that people will literally use prostitution as a way of coping of not being in relationships, right? And just use that as a substitute, because it seems like that's already happened with pornography. And I just feel like eventually that's naturally going to lead to moving towards prostitution, going towards paying for intimacy.
That sounds about right.
That does.
Yeah, I think that's already happening.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, I've experienced it myself. I know what it's like. I've been through that. But I just think it's going to become more common, because I've noticed over the years there's been this huge, besides just online, which everyone sees, what a lot of people don't see is that there's been a huge increase in like, I guess what you would call it, online independent workers. If I could say, I'm not sure how to say it delicately, but people who sell themselves online, right? And also through even like clubs, like strip clubs, or even through massage parlors, it's exploded the last, especially last 10 years or so.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's so readily available. If you're in any major city, especially, you can't walk more than a few miles without at least seeing a few, strip clubs or aromatherapies or what have you. And it is tempting. And so I think, and again, maybe I'm just speaking of my own personal experience, but it's easy to use it as a way to avoid the difficulties of relationships, especially as you get older. I think younger people, maybe not so much, because they don't probably have the money, right? They're probably stuck with free pornography online and stuff. But I tell you, once men start to develop their career, they make more money, I really think it's very tempting. I know this from experience. It's very tempting to just pay for your intimacy rather than have to go through. Could you still pay? Listen, if you date, you're spending money. You're losing money no matter what. But it's a good, edifying way of losing money. It's okay to invest in a relationship, right? As long as it doesn't break you. But the thing is, it's easier for, I think, people to just satisfy the itch, right? To satisfy that physical desire for intimacy, even if it's temporary, even if it's fleeting, and only half an hour. It's easier just to do that than to go through all the almost circus act of dating apps, right? And going through the rejection and over again. It's really daunting.
That's very black. Are you a black pillar?
A what?
Black pill?
I'm not sure what that means, so I'm probably not. I'm not sure. What is it? What does black pill intend?
Well, I think blue pills being a cuck, right, or being a simp. like you just pay for women's attention because that's what it takes, right?
Mhm.
And then red pill is like, no, all you have to do is like look good and get a nice car, and then women will want you. And then black pill is what you're talking about. Like, you know what? Fuck all that. I'm not gonna simp. I'm not gonna learn how to pick up women. I'm just gonna buy it. Like it's the easiest thing because you pay for it
Oh,
I
anyway.
gotcha.
thought that was a purple pill.
Was that purple?
No, I thought black pill was purple was like a. That's new to me. I don't know. I know there was
Yeah,
red
no,
pill, blue
because
pill.
that sounds like more of the purple pill.
I'll
Well, I
tell
thought-
you.
Go ahead. Black pill was just might as well pay for it because you pay for it anyway, but either with time or money. Very chauvinistic thinking, Christina. Just so you know, this is offensive.
Can I talk to Christina for a second here? About the person that was up here a minute ago. I just want you guys to know, be aware of one thing first. What he said when he comes up on other people's panels, he'll do like he won't say half the stuff that he says on his panel. You know what I mean? He won't. The reason why he won't bring anyone up on his is because, like he said multiple times, he's got 2 monetized channels. But the thing is, you ready? It's because he can't control his chat. So if he doesn't like something, he can just boot you off and say that you rage quit. You know, he doesn't. He says that he wants to have what is it like? He wants to come at you or have a conversation with you. That's his way of trying to make you feel less than a person. Okay, well, I've known this guy for 4 years. Okay, the way he was just talking to you is not he is trying to suck up to you. That's his MO. He's a procrastinator, he's a liar. He doesn't help people. He's actually got one woman fired from her job with doing his life coaching. Okay, got her fired, and then he also got a married couple divorced. He doesn't take care of his girlfriend very well, and I hate to say this, she's not well, and I've been trying to come out to tell people about this guy because I don't want no one to end up the way someone's gonna get hurt because of this guy, and that's not a lie at all. He's made fun of a lot of disabled people. There's a girl named Jenny that he talked mad crap about. He talked about, of course, RJ. He's told me that I was gonna become a mass shooter. That my family needs to, learn how to raise me better. I'm 35 years old, you know what I mean? But the thing that he thinks that he can never be wrong. If you try to call him out like you, Teddy, you said that you're not that you're life coaching him. If you question his life coaching, that's when he rage quits. And when he doesn't get donations, especially on his birthday, he gets really mad, and he'll even threaten to ban his mods, and he'll talk so dirty to everyone. So what he did to you tonight was try to play you off like you were stupid. I just want you to be aware of that.
Oh yeah, I picked up on that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bracket, for warning us. You need to say more. Like, if you have anything else to say, just speak up.
Like, I'm gonna spit the truth on this. He goes after bigger channels. He says that he likes to help people. He really doesn't. He, like I said earlier, the guy, when I first met him, he came into my chat. It's like saying that I can help you grow your channel, blah blah blah. He says he'll do it for free, but he'll do the sleight of hand shit where he'll make you pay for, like, if you go on his website and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I have my own money to do whatever I want to do with. I don't need no life coaching. I'll if I need a life coach, I'll go up to J-Rom, because J-Rom's known me for a while, and he's helped me to get better with my legs situation, because I talked to him privately about it. He's a good dude. If I recommend a life coach, it would be J-Rom, hands down. This Eli is not a life coach. He's a scammer. He's a, I hate to call him this, but he is what you call him, the C word. He is a cuck, and he is bona fide moron. He is a moron. Like, he get bullied. You guys know he got bullied by a bunch of kids, right? They threw a bunch of rocks at him. And then just recently, he got ran over by an RC car, and he doesn't know how to. Yeah, exactly. He's not cool at all. He's very, very dangerous. And I even showed how I met Mr. Flex was Mr. Flex was gonna have him on his panel. I'm like, Flex, you don't want to do this. There's a and then I showed him, he made me a mod. I showed him a bunch of clips where he was literally threatening his moderators because he didn't make a single dollar. And Red Door Woman is a good woman too. Like, she's even heard him say that I was gonna become a mass shooter. He makes fun of people with disabilities the most because he thinks that he's above everybody else. And guess what? It's bullshit. If you fall for it, God bless you. Because you know what? All I'm gonna say is I almost fell for his shit. And he said that I would never become a what's it called? A multi-channel. I've been one, and I'm still am, and I make more money than him, and all I do is play video games.
Damn.
That's great. Bracket, you have your own channel?
Yeah, I have my own channel and everything. And you know, he says that we're all bullies and trolls and stuff like that. I don't troll Eli. I just tell people the truth about the guy. And I mean, RJ and him have a past, yes, but I don't care. Those voiceovers where he says that he said those things, yes, he admitted to it. But the thing is, you ready? He still would, if you piss him off enough, he will still say it. Like, if you see him in chat where someone's going at him, he will say some messed up stuff. Honestly,
I don't even know what a life coach is.
No, he really doesn't. And he says that
that's what I'm saying. Does anybody know what a life coach is?
It doesn't exist. Well, it's just a scam artist.
He's proclaimed. So basically, Teddy, you can say you're a life coach right now, and for this day on, you are considered a life coach.
Yeah,
no
you don't
shit.
need to
I
go
can
to
be a
school
life
for
coach.
it. Yeah.
Dude, I'm a life coach.
Yeah, anybody could be a self-proclaimed. You don't need to be certified.
Well, that's why I told
almost
her
got
for a little
scammed.
while to piss him off. I told her I put Coach Bracket Gaming for a little while, and he got pissed off at me.
Yeah, don't worry about it too much, Bracket Gaming.
Oh, I'm not worried. Trust me.
It's not
the
worth
only
the time
person I'd be worried about is someone that doesn't understand the whole Eli thing, and they're new to his channel, and they buy into this.
See, that's the thing. I'm not new to his channel. I had no idea who he was 2 days ago.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Bracket Gaming.
Listen,
I just wanted to get this straight.
I might not be friends with everyone that's in your chat, but at least we all have a common goal, is to make people aware of this guy and how he scams and how dangerous he is. He's live right now. He is. And that's the thing about him.
Like someone said, I'm a sex coach. That's what I am.
But here's the thing. You guys give him content. If you bring him up, he doesn't do his own, like, how can I say it? His own content. It's something's got to happen to him to make him go live, or something.
I see that.
You know what I mean? Like, this isn't just him going out of the blue, coming up with this stuff. He's gonna be talking about you guys tonight. Yeah,
so it's all just
he's
gossip.
Live right now. Yeah, he's live right now about.
So is all this content just gossip, pretty much?
It's all gossip, drama, and it's all for clicks and views. He doesn't get many donations. No.
But he goes like Dual Soup. But this is his business. He's a life coach. So this is his business. Like what he's doing.
This is probably good. People love gossip.
This is his business, is to try to coach. He was trying to coach Christina. He was offering to make Christina a, I don't know what the hell did he want to do.
Well, Christina has agency. She has to decide for herself. So I get you guys want to
But you know
try
what
to
it is?
protect her, but
You know what we need on the
let people
internet
make
is
the choice.
that no solicitation. Because isn't that what it is? You're soliciting.
I
There
don't
should
know.
be some kind of disclaimer. No soliciting.
Well,
Yeah, but we have to let
Jonathan knows me.
adults make their own
Jonathan
decisions.
Jonathan is a mod for my channel, and I'm a mod for Mr. Flex. I'm a lot of mods for like a lot of people like from the gig economy as well, like Thunder, Flex. I was one for Twerp for a little while and stuff like that. And I just let people know how bad. Yeah, I'm Bracket Gaming. Yeah, Bracket Gaming. My real name is Johnny. So, but he's talked mad crap about me for years because of who I was friends with. But
that's what I'm trying to understand. So he just came into your chat one day, like you didn't ask about him, you didn't know about him. He just literally
when I
came
first
in
met him, nope, I didn't know him from Adam and Eve. He randomly came into my chat because I guess one of my friends knew about him, and she started talking about him, and then all of a sudden he comes in. So I had no idea who this guy was, but he was instantly trying to like say, hey, you come to my channel, let me get to know you a little bit. I can moderate you. I can give you life coaching where I can make your life a hell of a lot better, blah, blah, blah. And it was just like, dude, I don't even know you. Like,
so let me ask you this. What made him turn on you?
Oh, he never really turned on me. That's the thing. He says everyone that he knows was from his community. I was never in Eli's community. Never was. I was in Jamie's community when I first started talking about this guy on how I met him. And then one day he comes up on the panel and starts talking crap. So I get up on the panel and I'm like, oh, hello, sir. He goes, oh, sir, who are you? I'm like, oh, you know me. You know, the one that you called mentally ill, mentally handicapped, saying that, blah, blah, blah. Like, I just call him out on his shit. And then he's like saying, I don't need to talk to you, blah, blah, blah. Then he does a video on me, Mr. Flex, talking bad about Mr. Flex, how he had a mentally handicapped person taking advantage of, which is Mr. Flex never took advantage of me. Mr. Flex actually gave me $50 for helping him understand Eli. So he got it turned around. He thinks that everyone is weaponizing people with disabilities because we can't speak for ourselves, apparently. So
wow.
Eli wants to make everything about him, like, that everyone weaponizes mentally disabled people. But there's a couple mentally disabled people that he had on his channel that he was taking advantage of completely. And one of them was...
Well, you can't save the world. You got to let people, make their decisions. There's going to be a lot of suckers out there,
Well, here's the thing. And I don't like the word disabled or disabilities. And I told Eli this. I told him that he was wrong for it because he calls us mentally ill. I'm sorry. We're not sick. We just learn differently. So I came up with the term superpowers. And,
what?
Yeah, that's what we call it. We instead of calling it disabled, we call it superpowers. It's a positive thing,
Yeah, nah, I'm sorry, but it's okay to admit if you have some type of detrimental disability or something.
Well,
that's
yeah,
okay.
but
a lot of people
like
do.
It's like a negative, you know what I mean? So my community that I have, we have a lot of people that have superpowers, like disabilities. We don't like the word because we want to feel like not being judged, you know what I mean?
You want to feel like you have a superpower?
Yeah, like autism. Autism is not a disability. It's actually a superpower because here's the thing: we might not learn everything that you guys know, but we know more things about certain things, like video games or computers, stuff like that. We turn it into a positive thing.
Yes, very intelligent.
I think that I'm sorry. That might sound good, but
yeah,
I
exactly.
also think
Look what Red Door said. He told one person that she was faking her autism. Absolutely. He wrongfully diagnoses people. And Red Door's woman's known me for years. I've always said superpowers. I don't like the R word. I don't like the negative words. I like to lift people up. So that was my movement that I created.
Yeah, but that can turn into toxic positivity as well. You have to be careful that even though you might think you're doing good and not acknowledging or talking about some aspect of one's development or cognitive capabilities as being dysfunctional, if instead you try to say it as a superpower, you can actually be doing a detriment to their ability to correct that behavior or dysfunction. Do you understand what I'm saying? So sometimes we may legitimately have cognitive or behavioral dysfunctions that are imperative to our ability to either develop skills or develop social understanding, right? Or perceive connections and relationships. So if we do not recognize that, what can happen, and you see this oftentimes, for example, with any pathologizing of certain ailments such as like alcoholism, the person then begins to think there isn't a need to correct the issue, or worse, that they don't have the ability to, right? So, but in reality, something like autism can be addressed through cognitive behavioral therapies. There's some great studies showing that a lot of the social skills that might not be as innately through early stage developments for young children who develop autism, that there is still ways for them to develop those skills later, right? It may take time, but there is help.
Right. And that's what like, if you go into my channel, you'll see, like, you'll hear a couple of my other friends. Some of them have Down syndrome, some of them are deaf, some of them are like, my community with my mods, we protect, especially with me, they protect all of us that have the, not what you call street smarts or YouTube smarts. We have people that watch out for us, that, because we can easily get triggered. Like when I first met Eli, you know what I mean? I didn't have mods back then, and I was almost gonna give this dude my money, you know what I mean? Sure. And I learned a lot from the 4 years that I've known him now. And there's other people are like them, but like Eli, but they're doing it in a different light, and you can't tell because we trust people too easily. We want to make friends, and we're easily taken advantage of. That's why Jonathan is here right there. He's a mod for me, and he hears me talking about this superpowers all the time. Like, this isn't a new thing. This has been going on since I've been on TikTok, YouTube. Like, I do a lot of the like positive streams.
It is interesting you mention that, though, because I remember recently reading about how in the last few years, especially the last 5 to 10 years, there's been a noticeable uptick in diagnosed and prevalent mental and social illnesses. And a lot of this, could be contributed partly to that we're more aware of it or open to it. But even in times, especially the last 5-10 years where we have been, there's still seen market increase. There seems to be a higher proportion, like a rising proportion of it yearly. So it does seem like there's more and more people who do have, whether it be autism, whether it be anxiety, whether it be a bevy of other social and mental illnesses. There's actually been a huge need for mental health experts. The problem, though, is that a lot of the current, what we know about mental health for right now, is showing to not be as effective for treating it as we initially had thought it would be. So what's happening is the rate in which we are seeing an increase in mental illness is higher than that of what is being treated and being sort of regressed. In other words, those who are going through therapy and such are not finding it as effective as we once expected it to be. So we're finding
but the thing is, you're talking about two different things, though. You're talking about a mental illness, and then there's a physical illness. Okay, like right now, like I'm sorry, autism is not an illness. It's a to me, it's not an illness because you know what? If you have it, then you're one person that you know. I'm not saying that all people with autism are genuine, you know what I mean? But they're mostly nice people. You know, they try to say to themselves like we just want to be doing our own things. You know what I mean? What makes us feel comfortable. And once you put us out of that comfort zone, we get overwhelmed, we get overstimulated, and you know, it's just yeah. Like just read Red Door Woman's comments, because Red Door Woman's known me for a long time, and you know her grandson's got it, and you know like this isn't like when you're talking about two different things, and I'm not trying to interrupt you, but those are definitely two different things, bud.
Okay, so we can use different terminologies like illness. We can use disorder. We can use dysfunction. We can use abnormality. There are certainly different terms that I agree. There's different types of, again, illnesses, disorders, etc., that have their own uniqueness. But I'm speaking in a general sense. So, okay, think of it this way. Think of developmental disorders or developmental disabilities, if that's a better term. You know, like neurological. Obviously, there's. I think what's the others. Chronic, genetic, but I'm talking about more on the cognitive behavioral aspect or perspective. So those such as autism, which can be addressed through therapy, those are not seen very effective.
I mean, yeah, you could do therapy with it, but you know what? It's not like therapy is going to get rid of it. You have it no matter what.
True.
You know what I mean? You're making it sound like, you know, it could be fixed. Therapy is not going to really do anything. Like, I'm sorry, people with autism, especially me, I don't do therapy. I can't, because you know what? Because I get overstimulated. I have to talk to people that I don't normally talk to, and you know, yeah, I might be 35 years old, but in like mental, like my brain works at like a 12-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Like, we learn a lot slower. You know, we're still like, I'm still learning time.
Well, actually, young children learn very quick. It's as we get older, we start to slow down.
There's different forms, though, is what I'm saying. There's high functioning autism, there's low functioning autism, and then there's like some people that you can't even tell that they have autism. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I read at a third grade reading level. I'm in second grade math. I still can't do multiplication. I can't even read numbers very well. If it's more than 6 numbers or 5 numbers, I have a hard time.
Well, let me ask you something though.
Yeah.
What is that a detriment to you? Your inability to do those things.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
It means, does that have a negative impact on?
No, it makes me who I am. I don't. If I need help with something, I have friends and family that help me. I mean, I don't take anything that is wrong with me in the negative. See, Eli.
But you're saying that it's wrong with you.
No, but what I'm saying is like people like Eli, okay, says that we don't have self-love. I love every bit about every issue that I have. It's not an issue to me. It makes me who I am, and I'm proud of it. Yes, I have club feet. Yes, I have autism. Yes, I might be slower in some areas of the world than not. But you know what? It makes me me, and I'm very happy to be who I am. So I don't think of it in the negative at all, and you shouldn't have to think of it in the negative. Be happy with what you got, because you know what? No one is perfect. The world is not perfect, you know. So
I think. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, and I see it as a way of coping with it.
It's
but
not
from
coping.
A
it's
clinical
the way
perspective.
It's the way that it works for me.
I understand, but from a clinical perspective, we have to usually be a little more, I would say, matter of fact, a little more scientific. You know, we can use, for example, superpowers to sort of cope with the inability to read or the inability to understand numbers, as you mentioned, we consider that a dysfunction or a detriment to a person's development, and we usually try to find methods or ways to help them become better at it. It's like, for example, if someone was blind or losing their sight, a doctor or someone who's ophthalmologist, whatever, would be trying to figure out ways to improve the eyesight, not just simply accept it and say that they have a superpower, right? So that's what I mean by a detriment. There are certain things that
there's other.
You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. To better, you can try to better it, but here's the thing: when people with autism, okay, say like they've been accustomed to it since they were younger, it works and it makes them like. My family, they've been working with me on times table since I was a little kid, and guess what? They realized that I was never gonna figure it out. And I know some of my 2s and my 5s and my 10s, because those are the easy ones, and the 9s because you could do those with your fingers. But the thing that I'm trying to get across is like, people with autism, they get overwhelmed really easy if you try to teach them something that they just can't. Like using big words, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand. The method of teaching needs to be different or catered towards those who are different, who take it in differently. So someone without autism would learn in a different way or in a different environment. Some methods of teaching are not, for lack of a better term, conducive to people with autism or other such similar disorders.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. You're using too many big words.
I'm sorry. No, I don't mean to. I apologize. So I guess what I'm saying is someone with autism requires a different method of teaching, right? So like if, for example, I was teaching someone how to read a book. Well, to someone who, let's say, has dyslexia, they may need to learn to read in a different way that is traditional for most people, what we consider normal, right? Because their perspective on words and reading letters, etc., it's different, just on a cognitive level, than that of a typical, or what some might say, a neurotypical individual. And thus, an individual with dyslexia requires a specific method of teaching to help them.
I mean, yeah, but okay. So, I don't know if you... Can I ask, how old are you?
I don't like to give my age, but let's say I'm past the... past the 35.
Okay, so you're... Okay, so when you were in school, have you ever heard of the classes for people with like mental and physical disabilities called ESC? Or
yeah, I was aware of
okay,
classes for people with disabilities. Yeah.
Okay. So my classes were ESC. So what it was is like when I was in elementary school, we learned our adding and subtracting, right? So when I moved on to middle school, they just kept us learning the stuff that we learned in elementary school, you know what I mean, to help us be reminded on how to do it. Then they would try to teach us like multiplications and stuff like that. Every time that multiplications happened for like tests, I would fail. Even if I knew the 2s, the 5s, and the 10s. We all learn at our own pace. And when I was diagnosed with it, because I'm not good at, they give you those blocks where you can, where you make the shape of the same picture, you know what I'm saying? Like if you want to make a square, you make a square, Like yeah. These were tests. There's four lines. Say like there's the lowest one is Down syndrome. Ready? Then you got your autism. You got your your high functioning. There's levels. I
Sure.
was just barely above the line for Down syndrome, just above.
Interesting.
So when I learn stuff, it takes me years to finally realize what's good and what's bad. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So it's like it's a learning process, but your brain can only work as fast as it can. So
Yeah.
some people can learn things like in 2 hours. Some things takes me 5 to 10 years sometimes. It just depends.
Well, let me ask you: do you find, this is just from my limited understanding of it? Do you find there are certain things that sort of pique your interest where you're
Oh,
able
absolutely.
or more capable of sort of learning or absorbing information?
Yeah. There's some that help me with it, and then there's some that it just like confuses the hell out of me, and I get overwhelmed and I start throwing things.
Sorry, you start what? Throwing things?
Yeah, like when I was younger, like when I get frustrated,
Yeah.
I
Oh, I
would
see.
I would throw things because it's like I feel stupid at the time, because
Yeah,
I'm
the
not
physical acting
understanding.
out. Yeah, I have heard that. The
Yeah,
physical
because
acting out
that's
because of the
when you're
limitations.
overwhelmed, you just want to be left alone and go to a quiet place, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So
I hear
like whenever I'm overwhelmed, I'll sit in my room, play video games, and yes, sometimes I play video games all day long because it's my happy place. It's like whenever something goes wrong, I could just sit in my room, play the games that I want to play with my friends, and forget about what's going on in the real world.
I got you. It's like a form of escapism.
Yeah, exactly. But the problem is people like, and I'm not trying to bring him up again, but people like Eli doesn't understand our limitations because everyone has limitations. We're not like we're not everyone is gonna be as smart as the next person. Okay, I know where I stand on how smart I am, and I'm not that smart. Only when it comes to video games, I'm very strategic on video games. I learn a skill and I run with it. That's when people said that I was never going to be monetized because I don't have the skill sets. I found it a way to work for me, and I used it, and I'm successful. I love where I'm at right now. I can, instead of me asking for my family for everything, I just go live and have fun and play games, and I don't even ask for a donation, and I get them, and I buy new games. You know what I mean?
So there you go.
So it's like, everything is a learning curve for me. Like, even when I play a new video game, I do get stressed out. I get overwhelmed. What I do is, it took me years to learn this. Just end the game and play a different game and come back to it later. It took me 5 years to realize that, I could just switch a game off into play a different one.
Gotcha.
It's just really hard to explain
Sure.
when people don't have someone that has autism or shows the traits. Like my family, it took them a long time for them to teach me a lot of stuff that I know now.
See what you mean. Sometimes people take for granted how, by comparison, how quickly people learn. So they forget.
Yeah. And I put my family through hell, because they were trying to teach me all this stuff, and they're like, he's just not getting it. He can't get it. There's no simple way for him to understand what I'm telling him, and it's very frustrating for some parents. And you know what?
Yeah.
If you're a parent of a person that has disabilities, the advice I could give you is be patient with them, because eventually they'll get it. You just can't jam it all into their head all at once. You gotta take their time with it,
Yeah. And it's funny because most of my experience when it comes to mental health and such, whether it be disorders and dysfunctions, is really through academia. It's through college, reading books, universities, And so it's interesting, like the experience that you have from both living it, but also being around it in terms of community. It's a very unique experience, and I think the way that you mentioned how you use the term superpowers versus
Yeah.
again how I always heard it as very clinical, like disorders, dysfunction. It's very literal, it's very scientific, right? Which has its own its own merit because obviously if you're in science and if you're in an academic setting, you want to be very literal, you want to be very clear, right?
Right.
But there's also, I think, I see where you say where you mean the benefit of having a perspective on something, such as seeing these traits, right? These what as would put it, traditionally being disorders or dysfunctions, is seeing them instead as something good, or at the very least something that is helpful that we don't have to be afraid of, or we don't have to be ashamed of, right? And so by having to call it superpowers, that helps to see it in a different light.
Right. Well, the reason why we use superpowers is it's like for the people that don't understand, like why do we sound like I have a friend of mine that sounds like a girl, right? But he's a grown ass man. He just has, a superpower where, he sounds because he's got Down syndrome and stuff like that. And the thing is, you ready? The reason why we call it superpowers is like when we're being bullied by what you call normal people, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a label for everyone. There's people that are like geniuses, and then you got your, I'm trying to say, like, everyone is labeled like,
different
like
IQ
clicks
level,
and,
bell curve.
yeah, like, you have your own like little posse. You know what I mean? Back in school, you had your jocks, your goths. Well, we are a group of people with disabilities, but we don't like that word is because it's like you're labeling us in a negative light, like we just want to be people. You don't have to name us like the R class or the Riris and stuff like that, like people used to do in school. So what I did was we made it into a positive. Like, you have these people that are what you call normal, but what is normal? There is no normal people. Everyone has a flaw in some aspect of humanity. Not one person is normal.
Well, that's I understand what you're saying, that you're right, there are people everyone has flaws to a certain extent. But I think when it comes to the physical sciences, right, of what we consider normal, usually we're trying to, I think, see it from a biological perspective, maybe even to a further extent a bioevolutionary, but that's kind of reaching. But what I mean is that we have certain functions as a physical body, right? So our cognitive mind, right, has certain capabilities. Our physical body has certain capabilities. If we were born, for example, without an arm, we would likely say that person was born with, say, a mutation, right, a genetic mutation, or some type of disability where he's missing the arm. In other words, he should have normally that arm, but he's missing it. So the sense of normalcy, I think, takes perhaps a different definition when you're speaking of the science, like the biological or medical science, because a lot of it has to do with function, like our genetic, what we're built to be, so to speak, and what the mind is built to do. But when it comes to our social constructs of normalcy, I think that's where I would agree with you that there isn't so much a normal. Um, or rather, that what we consider normal from a social perspective
Right.
varies depending on cultures and where you are. So, a person who does have, say, Down syndrome, while biologically, right, medically, may not be normal or have certain medical dysfunctions or disorders, from a social perspective, right, in terms of how people are treated and valued, you could still be seen as normal in terms of the values you have, right? Or the expectations that society has on you. even if, again, you have some medical condition.
Well, yeah, and you keep, and I'm not trying to discredit you, but yeah, no, you do make a point. But not everything needs to be like we're like when people start saying that, oh, we need to be tested and stuff like that, and um, like you were saying. But here's the problem: we're not test subjects. You know, what I mean, we shouldn't have to like. We're not like lab rats. We're not like chimpanzees where you gotta, like I'm like saying like
No,
everyone
yeah,
says apes are smarter than people. You know what I mean? But it's just the way that society made it out to be. Like it has to be some kind of science. Like what's the science behind autism and stuff like that? Can't they just like instead of it being a science, it is who they are, and like they're just people like everyone else. They're just different. You know what I mean?
Okay, I would say to that, as much as I understand what you mean, that why can't we just sort of accept people who they are and just not have to see it as a negative thing, right? A bad thing.
Right.
But I think I think there is a reason why we do, and we do it for a good reason, or well-intentioned. We do it for a well-intentioned reason. I think we want to prevent certain disorders from having a negative impact on their lives. Like if we could, for example, and I'll use the example of a blind, right? Because if we could prevent people from being blind, say at a younger age, it'd be great, right? But I remember hearing once about how members of the blind community, if you call it that, were sort of taken back or were, I guess, fearful that if too many people who were blind got cured of blindness, there'd be less representation and thus less of a need to support blind people, right? Now, I'm not saying that necessarily affects this, but there's a legitimate concern by many, especially like in the medical fields and stuff, to try to help people who do have these disorders, who have the difficulty learning and such, right? And they're well-intentioned to do so. Even if, again, it doesn't, even if it does sort of, by consequence, make them feel as if they're less adequate, which I'm sure is not the intent.
Right. But that's the difference. I mean, like, there is ways to help blind people, absolutely. But, you can't fix a person with autism's brain. I mean, you can't go in there and just start pressing buttons to make them smarter. You know what I mean? You can't just, there's a difference. I mean, yeah, you can help someone with being blind. I mean, like they have those glasses now that they can. Some people can see colors when they're colorblind. Yeah, I get that, but you can't go surgically into someone's like cranium and put all the learning stuff that they need to know about everything inside their brains. There's a difference.
Well, at least now, but I do see what you mean. It is certainly, at least at this time, far more difficult, I think, to change those cognitive capabilities compared to, say, like eyesight or hearing. But let me ask you this though: would it be better or worse for people to be aware of such disorders when, say, interacting with someone who has them? Like, is there a way, like, in other words, do people without such disorders like autism and such and Down syndrome, do they need to know how to treat someone with that condition? Do they need to be aware of it, in other words, to know how to appropriately interact with them?
Not necessarily, because if for me, I would tell them like, hey, yes, I have autism, and I have certain triggers that whenever I do something wrong, say like I mess up on a video game where I know I'm really good at, I have one bad day, it messes up. It messes with me mentally. It's like, oh, am I really this bad? Blah blah blah. You start second guessing yourselves. So if you want to talk to someone that has a like autism or any kind of disability, yeah, just talk to them, and then and maybe they have someone in their family that has it, and like Red Door Woman, she has a family member that has autism. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people's families that and kids that do have autism, and if you sit down and just interact with them and get to know them, you'll understand them a little bit more on what we want out of life. Most of us just want to be having fun and having our own friends and doing things that we want to do. Like, sometimes we just like to be alone,
Sure, yeah.
Hello,
Like-
everybody. Hello, Christina. Thank
Hey,
you for
what's up,
having
Coach?
me. Hey, Johnny. I've known Johnny for a while now, so. But I wanted to come on and talk. You was talking about social constructs, and I think one thing that we fail to realize during these social constructs is ethos equals morality. So I've always said that morals are subjective to the ethos. What is right in our community may not be right, say, for a Californian, or in Africa or India. And I think everyone wants to push their own morality without taking ethos into consideration. So back to the Johnny and autism thing, I have a lot of friends with autism. Johnny, I have Gemma Grace. She's another
Yep.
good autism creator. She speaks on autism all the time. And I talk to these people both on and off of YouTube. And when I'm sitting with them chatting, I temper my voice, my tone, my words to the people that I'm talking to. And I think if more of us took the audience into consideration, and I'm not talking about YouTube audience, but that too, if we took their
In general.
yeah, just people in general, right? If you look at your audience in general and temper your words to your audience, you come off less condescending, less aggravating, less agitating, and more personable and friendly. So
Yeah.
sorry, a little long-winded there, but
No, and like Coach said, like, he's known me for a long time, and most of the time I get overwhelmed real quickly. He'll have to tell me, Johnny, calm down, relax, it's okay, and then he'll simplify it if I don't know something, But when it comes to the whole Eli thing, he doesn't understand that. You know what I mean? He thinks that we're all out here attacking him when we're trying to tell him, you're doing this all wrong. You're labeling us like we're sick. We're not sick. We just learn differently, and we're trying to show you, like, what you're saying is wrong and it's not cool. I used to be quiet about this stuff until I met Eli. I was a quiet dude until I met Eli. Then after I met him and how he talks to people, I have to let people know that this guy is dangerous. He definitely takes advantage of the vulnerable. And I called Coach J-Rom a coach because he's coached me a few times, actually more than a couple, and I respect him.
And I'm not a life coach at all. I'm a personal fitness and nutrition coach. I am a certified fitness coach. So yeah. But I don't know what I think about Eli anymore. I think he's part of his own self-destruction, and I wish him the best. I kind of quit going at him. I lost my sister a few days ago, and it kind of made me think about things. So
I'm sorry, man. I did not know that.
yeah, it's all good.
No, I can see that.
My condolences.
But as far as Eli being dangerous, I'm kind of in the same boat. I think so too, Johnny, to be honest. Because here's why I would say he is dangerous. He comes out here under the professional guise of life coach, and that's fine. There's no law against it. There's no certification for it. And he has every right to call himself whatever he wants to call himself. He has whatever rights there are to identify as he wishes. But if you're going to come out here under the guise of a professional title, you really need to choose what you say to your audience better. Like you can't come out here and tell women that it's okay to jump in the car with a man they've talked to on the phone 2 or 3 times in the back of a parking lot. Um, it's okay for, say, Johnny to say it, or for Christina to say it, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name there, but for you to say it, because you're not coming out here under this professional guise of life coach. So
Yeah,
And I mean, and here's the other thing that, and like I told you earlier, Christina, when he thinks people are picking on him, he can't take criticism. And the reason why he doesn't like me is he says that I was in his community. I was never in Eli's community. Eli was I was a part of Jamie's community. You know, Jamie Lycanthrope, okay? And the thing that happened was that I was talking about Eli because of how I met Eli. And he took it like, you know, he can't take, you know, anything that that he does. Like he's always got to defend himself. He's like he's got to play the victim card. He can't just own up to it. He got mad at me and Mr. Flex one day and literally told me that Johnny is this mentally disabled person, and y'all need to be careful because he could be one of those mass shooters. Like, I flipped my lid. Like, you can't go out there and just accuse any mentally handicapped person being a mass shooter. That's
well,
shit.
well, again, I think if it would have come from somebody else, it probably wouldn't have held as much weight with you.
Right.
But coming
he's
from
making
someone,
himself a life coach. That's why
right?
it's
But
dangerous.
coming under that professional title, it really puts more meaning to it. Now, I could tell you that that you're a narcissist, but I'm not a psychologist, and so it probably wouldn't carry much weight with you. But if a psychologist tells you you're a narcissist, you're probably a narcissist. You know what I
Right.
mean? So it comes under that. We have to be careful when we're labeling ourselves a coach to temper our advice to the reality of things. Like as a certified fitness coach, I can't come out here and give you personal advice and not expect you to take me serious, because I am a certified coach. So whereas if Johnny comes out and says, well, you know, you're fat, you know what I mean? Like, probably doesn't carry as much weight with people,
Right.
you know? So
well, let me ask you, if you're because you said you're a coach, just random question. What do you think of like the body positivity movement, so to speak? The sort of acceptance of obesity and like. Do you think this is detrimental to health in general? It's misinformation. Do you have any opinion on it?
Okay, so as far as body positivity, happy at any size movement and all that, I think it's dangerous advice. Listen, I'm not saying that you should be ashamed of who you are. It's okay to be positive that you're happy. If you're happy with who you are, then be who you are and be happy with it. That's fine. But when you're telling morbidly obese people that it's perfectly okay to be morbidly obese, I think that's dangerous advice. Listen, again, I don't tell anyone to be anything other than who they are. But if you can be a healthier version of you, why would you not want to be?
Right. And since Coach J-Rom is a health coach, y'all remember what was it, his stream yesterday or a few hours ago, where he said saying the reason why I think he was talking about you, Christina, the reason why your husband's falling out of love with you is because you're gaining weight. I'm sorry, that's wrong. You can't say that to a woman. I don't care. Like, he's not a life coach to be telling people anything like that. And I'm sorry that he put he's going at you like that. That's fucked up. I'm not gonna lie, it's fucked up.
Well,
Thank
I mean,
you, Brackett.
sorry.
No, I was just saying thank you, Brackett. I appreciate that.
No, it's wrong. I mean, like, I know what's right, what to say to a woman, not what to say to a woman. And if he's such a life coach, how come he's always saying that, you know, how women think? The last time I checked, I didn't think he was a woman. So how does he know what a woman can think and what woman wants? You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. It's just
Well, I will say that sadly, he is right in the aspect that a lot of relationships fall apart over health, weight,
well, I get that, but
aging, monetary reasons. I've seen women leave their husbands because he lost his job and was no longer financially stable. I mean, so he's right in the aspect of some relationships do fall apart because of physical attraction or the loss of physical attraction. But it was
right.
very wrong of him to make any assumptions about Christina's relationship in general. And I heard what you said, Christina, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful that no matter how rough around the edges, things are with your husband, you're staying with him because you love him, and that's what a good marriage is. Listen,
Absolutely.
marriages are not all happy sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes that little cute little snore that she does in the middle of the night 3 years in makes you want to strangle her with a pillow. I'm just and sometimes that funny little way he took charge and said, get in the car, we're going out to eat, hits you wrong 10 years down the road. So but marriages are a commitment, and they are hard work, and if they ever stop being hard work, then maybe you should look at yourself and say, okay, what am I doing differently that suddenly made this relationship like where did I change? Where did my mentality change? So,
Right.
and I thought it was beautiful that she said she stays with him because she loves him,
No,
regardless of
that's
his
because
flaws.
that's what love is. Listen, the the way I see love is if you can spend more than 10 minutes with the person that annoys you the most. I mean, like they could do the most annoying thing, like just hey, you're chewing with your mouth open, but you've been married to them for so long. That's listen, that's love right there. I mean, like the most annoying things would bother the shit out of me, but if I didn't love them, I wouldn't stick around. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I mean, like you can't trade in your family. Your family loves you unconditionally, and you're not always going to get along with your family. There are some pet peeves that family members do. Does that mean that you're out of love with them? No, you can't.
No,
But
I don't necessarily believe in unconditional love. I think love comes with conditions. Sometimes, and it does. Let's be honest. If say your girlfriend goes out or your wife goes out and cheats on you, you may still love her, but that love was
I
definitely
see what you're saying.
conditional. There are some conditions.
But
I mean, there's always conditions.
right. But you get what I'm trying to say, though. It's like if you can put up with someone's annoyingness, that's definitely love, and you're staying with them. Like that's awesome. But for Eli to go and say that this is the reason why your marriage is falling apart, like you can't, and he's saying that's his opinion. Well, guess what? Sometimes, yes, you're allowed to have your opinion, but just because you say it's your opinion, it doesn't make it like almost factual. You can't just make assumptions like that.
And again, that's where this coming out under a professional title of life coach or coach in general really matters, because just because I have an opinion on something doesn't, one, mean I should say it out loud.
Right.
And two, doesn't mean I need to say it under the professional title of coach. Like I have opinions on things, and sometimes I don't say my opinions, and sometimes I do say my opinions. But if they're professional opinions, I keep them professional.
Yeah, and
But
you don't have to announce that. Well, this is my professional opinion. Like this dude does. Like just because he thinks he knows everything about relationships and marriages, the dude's not even married. He's never been married. He doesn't know a first thing about a marriage situation. And the other thing is like back in the day, he used to meet women in the back of the parking lot, and he used to say all the time, "Well, if I'm not getting anything out of it, it's a waste of time." That's not.
That is true.
That is not a way to try to get to know someone. Just because if she ain't giving you anything, it's a waste of time. I'm sorry, you can't go out there and be a life coach and say stuff like that, because like J-Rom is saying, you know, when you put the instances of a title of a life coach, what person would go to that kind of channel and ask for any type of relationship status if he, and not only that, he's also gives bad advice. He got a woman fired. He actually made a couple get a divorce. Like, none of this stuff that he says is remotely close to a life coach.
Can we even say what a life coach even is? You know, it's funny, like how even in professionals, there's disagreement. You know, you can have one professional psychologist give their perspective. You can have another professional psychologist, just as much credentials, say a completely different, opposite. I've literally seen that. I've seen where the same data drew different conclusions from different professionals, PhD candidates. So it's like, even as professionals, people disagree, and they don't always have a consensus.
Well, I think that's
But the thing
because
is-
the title of life coach is not a true profession in and of itself. It's not
Sure.
really a licensed, certified, FDA, regulated thing. Like we have no accurate credentials on life coach, and that makes the profession in and of itself a pretty dangerous one to be in, to be honest.
He becomes just a talking head, essentially. He just becomes another talking head, like podcasters. Anyone who goes like Joe Rogan, all right? How much millions is he making? Literally just talking about stuff, giving his opinion. He's not a professional in anything, right? He's a comedian. But people are entertained, they'll listen. So in a way, he's more of an entertainer, I suppose, than an actual life coach or professional. Maybe the drama brings people.
I would. Well, one, drama always sells. For some reason, drama seems to sell better than sex, and sex always sells. So, but no, you're right. Like without there being some form or again construct of what this title means, it really means nothing. I think until we have a set standard for what is and isn't, then it just isn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I could call myself a doctor all day long. There's no legal requirements to say I'm a doctor. Like, you can't legally stop me from saying I'm a doctor, but that don't mean I'm a damn doctor.
Right.
Like, there are credentials for doctors.
Though different doctors may diagnose differently. They may actually have different treatments or recommendations, right? That's why people get second opinions. You know, it's sort of like, because you as a physical coach, right, fitness coach, I'm sure there's differences in sort of, I don't want to say theory, I suppose, on fitness that people may differ on among your professional field.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like I don't preach like keto diet. Matter of fact, I'm pretty big advocate of being very cautious with recommending the keto diet, simply for blood pressure reasons. Eating a high fat diet can lead to high cholesterol and high blood pressure, and I don't recommend it. But there are some people out here. Trying to think. Jeff Nipper, he absolutely pushes the keto diet, and I don't. So there are difference of opinions, and you're right. Amongst even professionals, even certified professionals, there's a difference of opinion, and some of that in the medical field is influenced by money, and some of it is not. So you're right. Second opinions are always necessary, and I think you should do that with life coaches as well. If you are vulnerable and in a bad spot and need advice, I think you should temper who you ask and ask multiple people.
Yeah.
Yeah, this life coach position is itself completely new to me. I literally did not even know this existed as a thing.
It's self-proclaimed. So literally, you could be a coach right now if you wanted to. You could say, "I'm a coach for this day on."
Yeah, I'm a coach at video games. I could teach you how to play. Like you could do pretty much anything. Like I could be a coaching you in bowling or ping pong. You know what I mean? Like,
but life coach specifically, it's very unique.
Oh, dude, you would. I mean, like.
Sounds almost like a priest
like
or someone.
But there are some other coaches out there, and I hate to say the dude's name, J-Rom, you know who I'm gonna say, like Coach Corey Wayne. There's all these other people that
There's multiple coaches.
Right, but the thing is,
Wow.
is right, like if you're gonna be a life coach, right, you don't have to announce it to the world that you on how many monetized channels that you have. You know, that's just bragging. You know, you're bragging about it and that you're in good standings and all this stuff. But what I'm saying is, if you're truly about helping someone, you wouldn't, you know, talk about money constantly. You want to help people. You don't have to tell people that I'm just trying to help people. If you're a life coach and they see you helping people, they know that you're trying to help. You don't have to like progressively announce what you're trying to do. You know what I mean?
Well, I think Yuri-san actually. Eli went live a few minutes ago. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. I was kind of watching. I'm just kind of curious if he's going to respond to my apology to him or not, because I did about a 30-minute stream the other day. Again, I've been doing a lot of self-reflection lately, especially since the loss of my sister, my younger sister, and I just kind of was like, you know, I understand my part in any of my own problems. Like I've been subjected to a lot of trolling as well, and it's fine. It is what it is, and I'm not complaining about it. And I took responsibility for my part in this. And Yuri-san told Eli the same thing earlier on his stream, and he banned Yuri-san for it, you know. And I'm like, I don't understand that. Like, Yuri-san was just like, hey, Coach J did a great apology stream and even took responsibility for his part in things. So I think if Eli would just take his responsibility for whatever part he played in it and move on and not worry about it, he would do fine.
Right.
But this, he doesn't understand that his constant talk or constantly defending himself or bringing awareness is actually hurting him because people don't want to hear that all the time.
Right.
People come there for you to help them, not for them to listen to you complain about your trolls and haters. So
and the thing about Eli is every stream he talks about, it's not okay. So you realize he went live, right, Christina? He went live after he came up on your panel. He's looking to sad fish. He's looking for people to validate what he was trying to do. He was trying to life coach you, and you know, you had all these what you call trolls and haters. You saw me in the comments. I wasn't trolling or hating on him. I was just telling people the facts, you know, what was happening, what he's done in the past, and what he does currently. You know, he has me blocked, so he can't see my comments. You know what I mean? But the thing is like, if he was just mildly aware of some of the stuff that he says, is you know, could be taken like harshly, and you know, not even apologize for it. He does like an apology. Here's how he does his apologies. Say like me and J-Rom are fighting, and I'll be Eli, and J-Rom tries to apologize to me. He's like, well, I'm sorry, J-Rom, if I offended you, but if I did, I don't think I did. That's not an apology. Be a man.
Literally said that. He's literally said those words to me before.
Yeah, I know.
Whenever I was hanging out over there, I did hang out with Eli for a little. I trolled him for about a year, and then I kind of went and hung out with him for a little bit, and just to kind of give him a chance, because I originally only disliked him because of another creator was like, you know, and I'm like, well, maybe he's not that bad. Maybe it's over exaggerated. And I did hang out with him for about a year, and he offended my politics. He offended my woman. He offended my lifestyle, because everything. We do live a tradcon life. We live a very traditional conservative life and a little bit of a BDSM life, you know, dom submissive life. And, you know, and we're not ashamed of it. We're proud of it. We love each other. We love our relationship. But then he started like, oh, I think Anna's only that way. Anna's my wife, because she had childhood trauma. My wife had a great life growing up in West Virginia. They lived up in the mountains and in the hills and, you know, backwoods. She hunted and she fished, and she had a great childhood.
And she's an awesome lady. Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, but they got to the point where I was so offended. And I'm like, bro, you've offended every part of my life now. I'm going to need an apology. Well, I'm sorry if I hurt if I did anything wrong, but I don't think I did. No, you did. I'm telling you, you did. Just apologize. Just say, "Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to come off that way."
Yeah, and you know what he said? He's like saying, well, in my opinion, I don't think I offended you. Like, I'm sorry, who are you to say you offended them? If they're telling you that you offended them, you offended them. Just like how, I mean, the guy takes no credit, no responsibility for his actions. And that was
Well,
one
and
of
again,
my problems.
that was what my stream was about. My apology to Eli stream was about. It was more just me saying, dude, I'm sorry for whatever part I played.
Right.
And you know, listen, I've played the part of my own stuff too. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I've had some trolls, and some of that was my fault. And it's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry for my part in that too. So
Yeah, but that's the real way to take, like, say, I'm sorry, you know? The problem with, and he's always saying that J. Rama is a beta male, you know? There's a problem with all these beta males out here. I can tell you for one thing, I'm not, listen, there's no love lost. Me and Coach J. Rama, we tolerate each other, you know? We're not like best of friends, but I give him where credit is due. Like, if I had to choose between J-Rom or Eli, I would more so go to J-Rom, because the way that, you know, with my own personal issues with Eli that he's done to me in the past, and he's always denied the fact that he said these things about people with special needs. Like, he's targeted 4 that I know of, and the question is he ever? The question is, in his mind, is he ever going to admit that he was wrong, that he said these things? I mean, yes, he said it about the RJ and another dude, but the ones that, you know, did absolutely nothing to him. The reason why we came after him is because of the stuff that he said about people with disabilities. You know, like, we protect each other. You know, we're a protected group. We have to support each other, or else everything falls apart. You know what I mean? That's where Jamma comes in. Jamma speaks about autism and stuff like that. Like, she knows this guy doesn't know a damn thing, and he's making us out to be like we're some kind of sick people, and we're not sick. We're not mentally ill.
what kills me is Eli thinks he knows more than Gemma. Okay, so it's Gemma Journey Grace on YouTube. She is an autistic lady, and she's in the UK, and she works with law enforcement and does training with law enforcement on how to handle autistic people and people with these mental disorders. And she also works with several public access advocates to help autistic people in the communities. So, like, she does this for a profession. She's living this autistic life, and she's doing this as a profession, and he thinks he knows more than she does, and that kills me too.
Yeah, that's what pisses me off, because there's no way a person without autism can understand a person with autism. There's just no way. Just like how you were trying to talk about it earlier, T. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but, you know, like, when you were like trying to figure out, well, is there a way we can fix it? Or, you know what I mean? Like, that's how I'm putting in my words, because it's how it makes sense to me. Like, you can't just go into, like, someone's cranium or stick a straw up their nose and, you know, push the right buttons to make them feel smart again. You know what I mean? Eli thinks he can never say anything wrong. You see what I'm saying?
It sounds like it'd really you'd all be better off just, like, unsubscribing and not even watching him anymore. Just letting him go.
I mean, listen, I don't tell people what to do, but if you want my honest opinion, that would be the best thing.
Yeah, I think that would be, like, from my perspective, that would be, yeah. I mean, just unsubscribe, quit watching him, let his numbers drop, let him fall off, and then, you know what? There's enough Eli stuff out there. There's enough awareness of Eli out there. If you Google his name, you're gonna find so much bad stuff. Yeah. It's crazy.
I think sometimes people cling to these things because they want other people to be aware of it, but they're creating a vicious cycle of
They're
dysfunction
feeding
where
his
they're just
ego
going
is what
back to
it's
it.
doing, because he's
It
all
does feed
about
his
the
ego too,
numbers.
yeah.
Yeah, no, because he's all about the numbers.
I have to disagree because I'm all about awareness, and I won't stop until because his numbers would have to literally drop for me to stop. That's
No,
just
his
how I
numbers
am.
needs to
I'm
drop.
just all about awareness.
Yeah, no,
I don't give a fuck.
No,
Well,
that's
the
what I'm
problem
saying.
is
Like,
about 75 to 90% of his numbers are the haters watching him. They're it's people hate watching him or watching him just to laugh at him.
right.
Like most of his numbers are us.
So it's like a perverse, almost cannibalistic cycle of people, bringing it back to it and trying to push him away. But they bring people to him, even if
Right.
it's in a drama. It sort
Yes.
of perpetuates itself.
Well, the
But
reason
for
why
me-
I ran into him, like, I'm gonna use this as an example. If you're gonna, like, when someone talks about someone for a certain amount of time, you're gonna be curious and want to check out a certain person's channel, right? Just to see who they are. And then some people actually like the person. Some people like just sits there and laughs at the guy. When I first saw him, I was like, I can't stand this guy. Instantly, 5 minutes of listening to this guy, I knew he was a moron. And if I want to watch something about him, I would go to a restream of his, because you know what? I can't sit there and watch him.
It's funny. I kind of looked at, I think his channel just while I was here, and there's nothing of interest. So I don't think I would ever watch anything of his ever. I just have no reason to. He doesn't sound interesting. It sounds like it's just a lot of drama. But
I mean, it's funny when he gets picked on by a bunch of kids, getting hit by an RC car, getting rocks thrown at him and stuff. Like, he gets trolled by kids, and he.
Well,
uh,
I think part of the appeal of Eli is about the same as watching NASCAR just for the wrecks, or
Yeah.
like that's what was that show? Deadliest Catch. People weren't watching that because they were interested in crabfish, and they was wondering who was going to get hit in the face with a pod the next. And,
Yep.
yeah,
and
feels-
World's Worst Criminals. Like we watch things because we want to see destruction, because the human race is a naturally destructive, race of people. Like we're just that way. We're hardwired to look at the train wreck.
Yeah.
But it's also the drama. Look how much reality TV has inundated the market. How much of TV is just reality shows. It's people love drama. It's almost always drama in all those reality shows.
But here's the thing: drama does sell, though. But in Eli's case, he says that he's not a drama channel, right? But all he does is literally talk about his trolls and haters. That's drama on itself. You know what I'm saying? And most of his content, when he goes on someone else's panel, he uses that as content to sadfish. That's drama. I know for a fact. Listen, I'll bet you $5 right now. You ready? If you go watch the replay of Eli's stream that he's doing right now, Christina, he's gonna be talking about how he was up on your panel, and he was trying to life coach you, and you were being what's that word that he uses a lot, like passive towards him. You were
actually his last live stream that he did, with that short one he did, was about Jamie and stealing his content. So,
oh, okay. Well, damn, I lost $5 then. Fuck.
yeah, you lost that one, buddy.
But you know what I'm getting at. But most of the time, it's what he does is he talks about like the people that he was just on the panel with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's just how well we know him. Like, I was shocked that I got that one wrong, because he usually goes up on.
I'm actually done with Eli. Like I said,
I think that's smart.
I've done it for a while now, and listen, it was fun for a little bit. Like picking on the little dude is fun sometimes, I'll admit. And he makes himself a very easy, viable target. And the problem with it is that he doesn't even realize he's doing it. And when you try to tell him he's doing it, you're wrong. He knows everything, which makes him the target. You know what I mean? Like the fact that The fact that he makes himself a target, and then when you tell him he's making himself a target, he denounces you and gets rid of you, makes him a target even more. So it's very easy to get stuck in that Eli loop, and I just
Yeah, you don't
I
want
don't
to be
want
of it. Okay,
Yeah.
let me tell you this.
I wish
Steve.
him and Dawn the best. I mean, I think he's killing her, but my opinion is irrelevant. I wish him and her best.
Right. And I'm gonna tell you this, okay? There's a stream that he did one time, and he doesn't like these dogs at all. A dog bit him on the lip, ready? And you know for a fact, if you get bit by a dog on your lip, you would put a band-aid or something on it, right? This dude put scotch tape on his freaking lip.
It's clear medical tape, man.
No, it looked like scotch tape.
It was clear medical tape, bro.
Oh,
Hey, Holly.
But you get what I'm saying. Like, it's just, come on. Like, I feel like he does some of this stuff just to get the attention to be made fun of.
Of course. That's why he's bringing awareness to people stealing and the haters and troll stuff. He's doing it for his own agenda, and it's fine. It's his right to do, man. I think that the gentleman panel is correct. I think if we all just went away, he would eventually fall off.
Yeah.
Well, it's easy for me to say since I haven't developed any personal emotional investment in this, right? I'm not even aware who this guy was when he got into this, but I could see he's definitely drawn a lot of people into this sort of like almost there's a community, like an actual community of haters and people who just dislike him. So it feels like it's just sort of a lot of people coming together and really getting out their grievances together.
Yeah, well,
Very
I mean,
therapeutic in a way.
anytime you try to, okay, so as a people, typically we want to air our grievances, right? Whenever, if I had a problem with Christina, I would want to air my grievance with Christina. But then say I contact Christina and I say, hey, I've got this problem with what you just said to me or about me. And she's like, yeah, I don't care. And she hangs up on me and then blocks my phone number and I can't reach out to her anymore. Then what do I do? Like,
Right.
I still need to air this grievance. Like, I still have these feelings, this emotion that I need to get out. And if I can't get it out to her, then what do I do? That's what a lot of us did. Like, we tried to do things with Eli, work with Eli, talk to Eli, and then he just didn't like what we said. So he just was like, I'm not listening to you. And he blocked us.
Yep.
So then we kind of coagulated together and started airing our grievances. And then we became haters and trolls. And then he would, come at us again sideways. So then we would air our grievances out again, and we were just haters and trolls. It's a very vicious cycle, to be honest.
Yeah, it was
So-
a revolving door. It just kept going and going and going. It was just like an Energizer bunny, just like die already.
Right.
Hopefully, guys can find peace at some point. I think, like you said, with the loss of your sister, and it's a good time to get things in perspective. And really figure out what's important.
Yeah, no, it was. And I did take I did a little stream, and I let my audience and my people know what was going on, and I wasn't doing it for sympathy or empathy or anything of that nature. I just wanted to let people know, what had happened and where I was mentally and emotionally, and why I wasn't around for a couple days. And then I came back, and I had a couple days of my own, and I just kind of thought about it, and I'm like, it's time. Just like the lights go out so fast, like so fast. My sister was laughing with her teenage son, stopped laughing and fell over, and the coroner said she was dead before she hit the floor from an aneurysm. So like the lights went out that fucking fast.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry for the language. I'm sorry. That freaking fast. And it's like, if the lights can go out that freaking fast, do I want my lights going out in the middle of ranting about a little insignificant man that I will never meet?
Yeah, it's so
What?
true.
Like, do I want that to be? I want that to be the moment when my light. What do I want to be doing when my light goes out?
I can
And that
imagine what I
wasn't
like
it.
to be doing.
Oh, yeah, that makes a couple of us. but it's definitely, I don't want the last thing I ever say to be Eli's dangerous. You know what I mean? Like I don't
God,
want
can
that
you
to be the
imagine?
last
That would
words.
suck.
Yeah, no. Okay. See, this is why I consider him a coach, because you know what? I didn't even think about it until he said that. Like, yeah, I don't want that to be my last word. I want my last word. If I was, I'll be playing a video game. Like, I got you, bitch. Oh, sorry. Sorry. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
You
gamer
want to be in
talk.
your happy place.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like I just thought about it. It's like her last moments were giggling with her children. So like that's what I want my last moments to be. I don't want my last moments to be in the middle of a hate thing against Eli. Like I just don't. Like
Yeah.
that's
Have
there are
the-
way more important ways to go, way more important things to say.
Yeah, best to dwell on the things that are pure and lovely, as it says.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, I would rather my last things on earth be happy moments or coaching moments or funny moments, not I don't want my lights to go out in the middle of an Eli hate stream. That would be bad.
Yeah.
And and I think you said you're in a relationship, right? You're married. Do you have children, if I may ask?
I have 4 children of my own, and then I'm adopting in the process of adopting my current wife's children as well. So yes, I have a lot of children and 3 grandchildren, to be honest.
Hey, there we go. See, you have so much more valuable things, so much more important things you could spend your time with than this Eli person. I mean, this is you don't want these things to be a distraction in life, you know?
Right.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm going to bed because I haven't gone to bed yet. It's 7:30 in
Here's
the
the
morning. But Christina, I want to say thank you for having me up. T, it was good talking to you about the autism
Nice to meet you.
coach, J-Rom. You know, I know. Get the fuck out of here. But I love
Get
you,
the
bro.
fuck out of here, Johnny.
All right, later.
Later.
Thank you, Johnny. Bye. I'm gonna wrap it up, guys, but I do want to say that I'm aware of Eli and his community. I know he has people that come on other channels and try to distract you and, try to keep you off of talking about Eli. But here's the thing. I'm going to talk about Eli as much as I want when I want, and nobody's going to stop me. So when I'm done talking about him, I'm done. When I say I'm done. So anybody that comes in and says, don't talk about him, just leave him alone, move on. No, I'll do it when I'm ready.
And I think that's a fair statement. And I mean, I listen, I mean, you do you as always. I mean, and that's perfectly fine. But I would say that from my more perspective, that it sounds like you have better things in your life to focus on. Like not I'm just saying, like, you have a husband and a family to focus on. I just caution you not to focus too much on the negative things in life. Focus on the positive. But do you at the end of the day, like I'm just nobody. Like I'm a nobody. I'm nobody to tell you how to run your life. I'm just a little more enlightened due to my loss and my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I've just begun with Eli, and as far as the talk that we had earlier, wasn't anything disrespectful. So when I say that, I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but I also want to make it clear that if somebody comes in and tries to tell me don't do that or don't say that, even if I bring up his name, not in a disrespectful way, that they're not going to be able to control me, because at the end of the day, I do whatever I want. So
That is
I've
a
been
fair
told
assessment.
many times. Yeah, I've been told many times, just stay away from him. Don't talk about him. And it's like, well, if I don't talk about him, how am I supposed to bring awareness initially? Like, if I don't say anything and I just stay quiet, that's what they want me to do. Then nobody knows about it, and nobody knows the way that he talked about me or said these things about me. And I can't clear the air because I don't want to talk about Eli because they told me not to. That's not how I work.
Well, that's a really sort of foggy air to clear, though. It's going to take a lot more, I'm just saying it's going to be tough because, I mean, you have all the power. It's your channel. You have the StreamYard. You have a lot of platform here to say the things you want to say. Like you said, I want to bring awareness, but it's going to be a long battle because it doesn't
Well,
end.
there are people out here that have been bringing
ready.
awareness to Eli since Eli was Eli. I mean, for what, 6-7 years now. There has always been 2, 3, 4, 10, 20 channels bringing awareness to Eli. I don't know how much more awareness you can bring, although I suppose one more channel talking about him brings more people to know who he is.
I mean, hey, it brought me to know who he is. I had no idea who the guy was. But I also, again, have the benefit of not being invested emotionally. So after this, I will never see or hear Eli ever again. Well, unless someone else brings it up. but yeah, but like I said, if you want to continue talking about it, then you allowing Eli to just remain in your life. So that's your choice. It's up to you how you want to live it.
It depends if he continues to talk about me, then I'm going to continue to talk back. This is how a debate works.
But then you let him control your life. That means you're dependent on him and whether or not he talks to you. But you have no control over him.
Not at all.
Well,
I'm only controlling my actions.
I mean, I don't know if you're a religious person or not, but regardless if you are or not, there are some very good passages in the Bible that pan out in a non-biblical, non-spiritual way, such as the Serenity Prayer. I think the Serenity Prayer is something that if we all applied the concept to our lives, we could really find ourselves in a much better mental state, emotional state, and physical state. So, I mean, just, learn to control the things you can and let go of the things you can't. Just be smart enough to know which ones are what. That's all I'm saying. I mean, at the end of the day, you're going to do you. But
yeah, I think I completely agree. Because you don't have control over everything. You may have control of your own actions, but you can't control other people's actions. So if you act based on how others act, you're basically acting in dependency of them. You're waiting for them.
And you're giving them the power. And you're giving them the power to run you. You're like, if Eli says something about me and I choose to respond, great, then that's my choice. But it kind of gives him power over or dominion over me because he knows he can elicit a response to me. So I don't know. I mean, I see it both ways. Like, I've been where Christina is. If he says something about me, I'm going to say something about him. But again, I kind of am a little more enlightened my own self now after some reflection. So I don't want to give him that power. So I'm not going to.
I must say, though, and Christina, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the impression almost that you see me as almost sabotaging your efforts by saying, when I was saying earlier about, you should just let go of this guy, Do you see that Do you see that as being like sabotaging your efforts as you see it?
I see it as a distraction from
that's
the
what I mean
topic.
by sabotaging. Yeah, so by distracting you, I'm sabotaging your mission, right? Of trying to bring awareness and get back at him. I didn't intend for that, but I will say that even if, because I'm being honest, again, I've never met this person before, and I'm just saying what I would do or am doing. But if you do choose, to continue this mission, that what other people say doesn't really matter. It's always up to you. Like no one can tell you to do anything. So you have to always be, responsible for your actions.
Well,
yes, that's like common sense, though. Of course, everyone's responsible for their own actions, and everyone knows that.
I wouldn't dare try to talk her out of it. I mean, she's a grown woman and can do as she wishes. I will caution you, though, that this is a very lengthy, long road that will take an emotional and mental toll on you in the end. I have seen numerous channels begin and end with Eli content. I've seen numerous creators mentally and emotionally decline over the years by bringing awareness to Eli, by doing Eli content, and I myself am one of them people, and it will wear you down, wear you out, consume so much of your time, and there will be no result in the end for your efforts. Not until the day he drops off the earth. Like, you just will go, like, one little thing I give Eli credit for is his persistence in the face of adversity. No matter what we do, no matter what we say, no matter how much we've trolled, no matter how much we've hated, no matter how much awareness we've brought, no matter how many of his wife's or girlfriend's voice notes I've put out, and I did put out a lot of bad stuff she said about him behind the scenes, he doesn't stop. He won't stop. So it's a lengthy process that will at the end destroy you, and that's my professional opinion on this, and I find myself in a professional setting when it comes to Eli because I pretty well know him, down to like bad stuff she's told us behind the scenes, like she's talked with us behind the scenes. It's you're in it. I hope you're in it to win it, because you're going to be in it until you stop breathing. He won't stop.
Yeah, but to play devil's advocate now, maybe she just needs to get out of her system. Maybe people, like all of you, have had to get out of your system through these different ways. So it may be that, it's, when you think about it, like, from what I'm hearing at least, there's been multiple channels, right, and numerous community members who have sort of stayed with him for years, right? Just out of hate, just like hate watching him or something.
Yes.
So this is like, to me, this is like, sounds like it's taken a whole life of its own. It's like almost a community, right? That people have come together for out of their hate.
When he says there's a community of Eli haters, he's not lying. There's a couple hundred of us. Like, there is a couple hundred member community of Eli, dedicated, lifelong Eli haters. That's true.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have lasted this long if people didn't stick with it, They didn't get really riled up.
Well, Christina, thank you for having me on, hon. It was a pleasure to meet you. I'm kind of glad Eli talked about you, because now I have a whole nother community of people who I can share my experiences with and can learn from their experiences. T, it was a pleasure to meet you as well. I am going to have to go to work. But I just don't lose yourself, Christina. It's easy to lose yourself in this Eli stuff. And trust me, I get it. He is a slimy little man that will drag you into it and on his own, and he will never admit that he's the one that drug you into this, and he'll blame us and everyone else for it, and you will be in it for a long time. And I hope you get it out of your system fast and move on for your own mental health. But at the end of the day, I wish you the best.
Thank you, Coach Jay. Thank you, Tusa, for being here. We're going to go ahead and end the live.
All right, thank you for having me.
Thank you. See you next time. Bye. Thank you, everyone, for being here. If you want, you can rewatch the live. Coach Eli was on here. Okay, bye, guys. See you next time.